News websites are hard to build because of these complicated layouts that are challenging to make responsive. But don't worry, because in this video, I'm going to show you how to build one with this front-end mentor challenge, the news homepage. By the end of this video, you'll learn how to use grid and subgrid for layouts, how to build an animated hamburger menu, and how to make websites responsive while keeping accessibility in mind. You can see all my source code over at Front-End Mentor, which I've linked down in the description. And if you like this sort of longer form content, don't forget to subscribe, and let's get into it. So let's start by getting our project set up. And I'm going to use Vite to compile Sass to CSS. I'm just trying to find some alternatives to either the VS Code extensions or using Gulp. And I know Vite is really popular right now, and yeah, just want to give this a shot. So let's go to Get Started here. Okay, so we can install Vite with npm, so let's do that. Copy that command and then go into VS Code. And here in VS Code, I have an empty folder for this project. And you can see in the left sidebar, there's nothing there yet. So let's go down to the terminal and install Vite. And we want to install it in this empty folder. So I'm going to do a dot for current location. So we'll do vanilla since we're not using a framework, and we'll do JavaScript. Okay, cool. So the other thing I want to do is make sure we can process our Sass files with Vite. So if we go to features, and I did look at this a little bit beforehand. So CSS. All right, so CSS preprocessors, and we can support Sass, which is great. So here we just add npm add Sass. So what this is going to do is it's going to install Sass in along with whatever other packages we have right here. So let's add that in. All right, cool. So now you can see in our package.json file, we have Sass and Vite. And now, I think I didn't run npm install yet, so let's do that. Okay, and then I think it was npm run dev. And let's just make sure that this test site works. Okay, so here's the URL. And here is our project, and it looks like it's working, which is pretty awesome. So yeah, right now we just have some sort of, I guess, basic styles that they added in. Let's let's push this down a little bit. So these are all the starter files from Vite, and here's our index.html file. And what it's doing, from what I understand, and also just to preface everything, like I'm not a JavaScript developer, so I may or may not be doing things correctly here, but from what I understand, it's running everything through this main.js file, which is here. And here's where the styles are getting imported. And then it's also loading some files from this public folder, which is where you store your static assets like images and other things. And then it looks like it's adding some markup to the app div here. And again, I don't know if I'm doing this right, but I'm not going to do this. So the only thing I really want to use Vite for is to compile my Sass to CSS. So we're going to do that. We're going to actually get rid of most of these things here. We'll keep the main.js since it is running our Sass files, I believe. And what I want to do is, instead of having the style.css file in our root, I want to kind of organize it because I'm going to have multiple files with Sass. So I'm going to click into the root directory and create a subfolder for our Sass files. And then in there, I'm going to move our main style file up there. And let's just make sure that the Sass compiling works by renaming this to a SCSS file extension. And then we'll need to update our import style.css to SCSS and then load that from the SCSS folder. Okay, so now I don't see any errors. Let's go back to the website and see if anything yeah, it looks like our styles are still getting added to the body. And I guess what's interesting is that it looks like it's injecting the actual styles into the HTML somewhere. Looks like it's actually loading here. Okay, so for whatever reason, it loads the CSS that gets loaded in as basically inline styles almost with this. I guess it's an internal style sheet. So that's kind of different, but it seems to be working. So I think we're good there. Okay, so now that we have our Vite website set up, let's just kind of put it into a format that would be easier for you to see. So when I'm coding, we're going to have the website on the right and then the inspector on the left. So I think we have our files for our project all ready to go. Now let's look at the Figma design and start, getting our styles into our code. So this is the Figma design for the news homepage. And usually one thing I like to do first is to pull out the colors, and maybe we'll do the font styles as well, and put them into our code. So I like storing my colors as CSS custom properties. So let's do that first. So actually, let's go back to VS Code and close out of these things we don't really need. I might actually just start from scratch with our styles. And I also want to only use our main style, the SCSS file, to load our other SCSS files. So since we're going to start adding some global styles, I'm going to create some folders for that and some other Sass partials. So let's just start by creating one Sass partial for our global styles, maybe global.scss. And then in our main Sass file, we're going to load it here. And I've been using for just to load styles, but I've seen people use for both just styles that you want to load and also things like Sass functions and mixins. So let's just try using use for everything and see if that works. So use global. So now we can add some boilerplate styles here. So the first thing I want to do is load our colors. So we're going to load the colors in our root selector and put our CSS custom properties here. So with Figma on the right, let's start getting these color values. So the first one is, I guess, white. So I'm just going to copy that hex code and then go back to VS Code. And we need a name for this. I'm going to say maybe colors white, or maybe we'll shorten that to C-white. So the next one is going to be this dark blue. So I guess we'll say blue since there's not another blue. And we'll just do the same thing with the other colors here. Okay, so we got our colors, and I think I'm also going to try to get these font sizes here. And just thinking ahead, I want to make the typography responsive by using this fluid typography calculator, which gives you, let me just show you. So if you search for fluid typography calculator, it should be the first result here. I use this for my typography styles because it basically uses math to generate a clamp function that you can use for your font sizes. So that means that the font size is going to increase as your viewport width increases, which I think is pretty nice without having to use media queries. So let's try that. So it looks like in Figma they did sort of divide out some of these styles with sizes, but I don't know if they if you can like make this responsive automatically. So I think what I'm gonna have to do is just find the desktop size and then the mobile size. So for example, we'll start with the H1 tag here. This one is 56 and then 40. So to plug it into our calculator here, the minimum font size we're going to set as the mobile font size. And you can use pixels here. It's going to convert to rems. And then what was the desktop size? 56. And the minimum viewport, 320. Let's see what this is, 375. That's the width of the iPhone 11. So maybe we'll set 375 as our minimum viewport, meaning the smallest viewport that you want the 40 pixel to hit. And then the maximum font size, right now they have it set at 1920, but it looks like here the desktop design is at 1440. So I might use 1440 as the max viewport. And then it's basically going to stay at 56 pixels for any viewport larger than 1440. Okay, so we got our numbers plugged in. Now let's copy. And I really only want the clamp function because I'm going to save this as another CSS custom property. So it's a little bit annoying you can't copy just some of this, but let's do this. There we go. So copy the whole clamp function. And we're going to go back to VS Code and we're going to add this as a CSS custom property. So I'll say dash dash to start off as the CSS custom property naming requires you to. And we'll say F for fonts. And then I think it was XL in the design. So we'll just say that. So XL. And basically what's happening is we're just pasting in this entire clamp function. So then in our styles for the H1 tag, for example, we can set font size and then set the value to this FXL variable. Okay, so let's do that for the other fonts. So going back here, this is going to be the H1 tag. And then let's say this new, I think, can be the H2 tag. So this is 40. You can look on the right sidebar. It's 40 on desktop. And then it's 32 on mobile. So let's set that as well. So 32 to 40. So go back to our calculator. 32 and 40. And we'll click off to recalculate. And then we'll copy, again, the clamp function. And I guess that's large. And I might actually create a little comment here just so I can remember what this actually is. So 32 and 40 for the large. For XL, I think it was 40 and 56. Alrighty. Okay, next up, looks like there's maybe some H3 tags here. Let's see what this one is. This one is heading S. Let's see what it is on mobile. 20. So heading S is 20. So it looks like it's 20 and 20. So we don't need a clamp function for that because it doesn't change between mobile and desktop. But I might want to create a variable for it anyway, just so that, you know. And this is supposed to be 20 pixels, but I do like using rems when I can because it's more accessible if the user changes their browser-based font size. So what I'm going to do is I have a rem function that will automatically convert from pixels to rems, and I do use that a lot. So I'm actually going to copy that over from where this is an existing project. So here we go, functions.scss. So I'm going to copy that and put it into our current project, which is here. So I'll load it here. And then now I can see we have our functions.scss file. And this is my rem function. And what I usually do is, because I have multiple things that I want to use in other Sass files, I will usually create a subfolder and call it util. And then I'll put any functions or mixins or whatever in this util folder, and then load it by setting an index.scss partial, inside the util folder. Yeah, so it's in there. And then in here, I'm going to actually forward functions. And that means that anywhere I want to use the rem function. So for example, I want to use the rem function in this global.scss file. So what I have to do in order to make the function accessible is to use a Sass @ rule, use, and then I want to go to the util folder. So we're right now in the global partial, and the util folder is on the same level. So that means I can say in quotes util. I don't have to navigate to a parent folder or anything like that. And then by default, it's going to use a namespace that has the same name, util, but I like to use a different namespace. I'm going to say as u. So that means the namespace is going to be shorter and I don't have to type as much, which is good because I do use this rem function quite a bit. So now instead of 20 pixels, I can say u.rem 20. Oops, there we go. Alrighty. And the other benefit of using this is now I can just eyeball this and I know it's going to be urem 20. It's going to be 20 pixels. So sometimes I actually update my clamp functions so that they also use this. So I can say u.rem 40, u.rem 56. So then I don't need this comment anymore, since I can just look at the clamp function and the minimum value is going to be 40 pixels and the maximum value is 56. And then, we'll keep these because they need to be in the calculation. So let's do the same thing here. So it's going to be, instead of 2 rems, urem 32. Then instead of 2.5 rems, urem 40. Okay. So it just makes it a little bit easier to eyeball. All right, so we got that. So what's M, I wonder? Maybe M was this. I may have undid some of these naming things where this one was set to something else. It was set to one of the sizes. Okay, so I think the next thing we need is this. And this is extra small. And on mobile, it looks like it's the same. Extra small. I'm assuming it's the same, 18. So we look at extra small, it is 18. So we'll just follow that same naming. So I'm going to duplicate the line, rename it to extra small, and then instead of 20, it's going to be 18. So I think that's it for the titles. I guess these number things. Heading medium for desktop. Heading medium. And medium is 32. It looks like it doesn't change. So let's do the same thing. We'll duplicate that line. Rename the top one to medium. Set it to 32. Okay. After that, I think we just need to maybe set the body text. AG body, I just want to see where it's used. AG body. Looks like the same. Okay, so these are all AG body. And it looks like it's the same size on mobile too. Yeah. Body, okay. Oh, and this button text. Looks like that one was a sort of a one-off thing. So that's 14 pixels. It looks like they have some letter spacing stuff going on. So I guess I'll just set the body size And that is 15. We'll just say body. We'll just use the same naming as they have in the design. That was 15? Is that right? Yeah, 15 and 26. Okay. So I think that's it for the font sizes. We'll do the button styles maybe individually as we get to it, but I thought it might be cool to save the font sizes with the clamp functions and everything as CSS custom props in case they're used in different places in our styles, so then we can just load the variable instead of having to calculate each time. So now I think I might need to clean up some of these files that we don't need. I guess we'll keep the get ignore. Okay, so I guess there wasn't that much to clean up. So we have our custom properties for the colors and the fonts. Next up, we also need to get the images from our design. So the first image is the logo, and I'm assuming this can be an SVG, which means because it's infinitely scalable, it can be any size without losing quality. We can use the same SVG file for both mobile and desktop. So let's do that. Click on Export Logo. And then next up is the sort of feature or maybe hero image. So it looks like there's one for desktop and one for mobile. So I might actually rename this to be feature desktop. This is just to make it a bit easier when exporting. So feature mobile. Oops, that is not what I wanted. And what's going on here is that there's actually two different images with different crops for mobile and desktop. So this is kind of a cool thing that you can do. You can make the website load different images based on different conditions like a viewport width or something. So we're probably going to do that. So we want to export the mobile and desktop images out separately. And for Retina screens or other devices that have higher pixel densities, you need to have an image that's twice the size. So we're going to export 2x and 1x versions. So let's do 1x as the first one, and then 2x for the next one. And I think JPEG is the best file format for this because it looks like a photographic image as opposed to, you know, the W is like a vector image, which is a shape, and that can be an SVG, or you can also make it a transparent PNG, but I like SVGs. But these images should be JPEGs. So export 1x as feature desktop, and then 2x. All right. So let's go in and rename these files. So the one was a 2x one. You can tell it has a bigger file size. So we'll say 2x for the bigger ones, and then 1x will be the default. Okay, then we have these images down here for the blog post. It looks like they're the same size for mobile and desktop, so let's rename this to be underscore. So again, we'll export one. And honestly, these are really small images, so I think I might only export a 2x version because the difference in file size is not going to be very much. And then I'm just renaming it to be under lowercase. Okay. So that should be all the images. So now let's copy these from the downloads folder, and we want to go back to our project. And it seemed like they were loading images in the public folder. So maybe I'll do that. I might actually create a subfolder in here called images, IMG, just for, you know, organization's sake. I mean, this website's not very big and there's not very many assets, but usually I try to put all the image files in an IMG folder, and then you can create subfolders if you have a ton more images. So looks pretty good. Actually, another thing we could try to do, if I clear out my downloads folder, is I like to try to minify or optimize my JPEG files and also PNG files. I use tinypng.com. So now I can just drag these over. Let's see. Okay, so we're saving like 60 to 70%. So let's do that. So the cool thing is they get downloaded into the zip file, and now I can copy and paste, and I will replace them. So now the file sizes are a lot smaller. Okay, so that looks pretty good for kind of our global, exporting our images and getting our colors and font sizes already. So next up, I think we can start writing the markup for this website. Now, before we start just jumping in and writing our HTML markup, what I usually try to do is look at the design and kind of study it a little bit and try to figure out what my approach is going to be when writing this in terms of making the layout. So I want to take a look at the layout, and that will sort of help determine what the HTML markup is going to look like. So if I look at this design on desktop, it looks like we have kind of like a 3-column layout going on. So actually I select the desktop frame. In the right sidebar, layout grid. So they've kind of designed this according to a 12-column grid, which is a pretty common design practice, which is good. And it looks like there are 3 columns of content. So you can see here at the bottom, we have these 3 blog posts, and each of them is taking up about 4 columns. And then if you look up here, there's kind of this feature image area. We have the headline, which is taking up about 4 columns. And then we have the description and the button taking up another 4 columns. And then this new section here is taking up 4 columns as well. So with that in mind, I think that what I might want to do is, let me just turn off the layout grid so you can see the content. What I might try to do is use CSS grid, and we'll use some grid template areas with area names. And it can go from this 3-column layout on desktop to a 1-column layout on mobile. So it looks like on mobile, everything is stacking. So when we're using CSS grid, you can assign the different content areas to different parts of the grid. However, for your HTML markup, you just want to make sure that the order is closely following kind of what the intuitive order would be. So we would probably want to follow the order in the mobile design, where we have the image first, then the headline, then the paragraph and button, then the new section, and then the blog posts. And we would keep that same order in the markup, and we would use CSS grid to assign the layout for each of these areas. So with that in mind, what I'm going to do is, I think, assign the areas. So for example, we'll have one area be, we'll call this maybe image. Then after that, it'll be headline, and then description. And then after that will be, we'll just call this new. And then after that will be blog post 1, blog post 2, and blog post 3. And those are going to be the grid children. So this means that the elements for each of these areas needs to be direct children of the grid parent. So we just want to keep that in mind when we're writing the markup. So let's get started, and I guess we'll start with the header, and this is not going to be part of the grid. It's going to be by itself. And then once we get into the main content of the site, that's when we'll start with the grid template area stuff. So let's try doing this. I'm going to put VS Code, and let's load the index.html file. Just going to close the sidebar there, and let's see if we can fit this on the left side and then kind of keep the layout on the right from Figma. Maybe we can do a little bit more like this. Okay, so we're going to create all the markup in the body, and for semantic HTML, usually you want to have the main content of the website in the main tag. So we'll have a one main tag, and then usually you have your top navigation in a header tag, and that's separate from the main. And then if you had a footer, you'd put the footer tag after the main tag, but there's no footer in this design, so we're just going to have header and main here. Another thing we want to keep in mind is that we need to think about the max width of the content. So on this desktop design, the desktop is 1440 pixels wide. And then if you select just the content, it looks like everything is contained to 1110. So 1110 pixels wide. So that's going to be the size of our container. And then on mobile, everything is 100% width, but there is a little bit of space on either side. It looks like there's 16 pixels of space, just to add a bit of extra padding so things don't look super cramped. So we want the 1110 pixel width to be set for everything, including the header, and then also in the main tag. So we just want to keep that in mind as well. And usually what I'll do is I'll create a helper class for wrapper, say, and then that's where we'll set that max width. So I think that in the header, we can just maybe add it to the header itself, because there's no background color that needs to go full width. So wrapper, and then in main, we'll do the same thing, just kind of planning ahead a bit. Wrapper, and then the main tag is going to be where the rest of this content is. But again, let's just do the header for now. So the header is made up of the logo image, which is going to link to the home page. And then for mobile, there's a hamburger menu. And then on desktop, it turns into navigation links. So in the header, let's start with the logo. And the logo image, we're going to have it be, let's see, it's in public in image. So you don't, from what I read on the Vite docs, for things in the public folder, so like all these images that we added, the URL is actually going to not include public, but this is going to be considered the root. So it's going to be a root and then in the IMG folder for all images, which makes it a little bit unfortunate for VS Code, because usually VS Code, if you start typing a slash, you can go into the different folders and then select the image that you want. But it's not going to work here since we have to say image, but it's fine. We can just type it in. So logo.svg. And then because it's an image that's going to load the home page, I'm going to set the alt text to home page. And this is something that I've kind of found in my research for what is good for accessibility purposes. This is because you can tell the image is going to load the homepage, so you just want to have the alt text kind of reflect that. And we want to get the size. So here it says 64 by 40 for desktop, and then 45 by 28. So we want to set width and height attributes so the browser knows the aspect ratio of the image. This is to prevent content layout shifts while the browser is loading the image file, just so the content doesn't shift down after it's downloaded. So 64 by 40. So in the image tag, I'll say width 64, height is 40, and we can change the sizing for this for mobile in the CSS. And we want to wrap the image in an anchor tag. So href is going to be / to go to the root domain. And then we're going to move the image inside the anchor tag. Okay, so that's good for the logo image. Next up, let's add the links. And we're going to do the hamburger menu later on, but let's just add the markup for the links for now. So for navigation, again, we're trying to use semantic tags. So inside the header, we're going to use a nav tag. And then in the nav tag, we want to add the navigation links in an unordered list. So unordered list, then list item, and then in the list item is going to be another anchor link. And we're just going to leave these blank because, you know, they don't really go anywhere. So now I'm going to press Control D. So new popular trending categories. And I'll just type these out. Cool. So we have our top navigation now. Next up, let's start adding the markup for the content in the main tag. So again, I'm just going to try to follow what we have in Figma here. So the rest of the content outside the top navigation is going to go in this main tag. And again, this is going to be the grid parent. So I'll just kind of preemptively add a class for that. So this is going to be grid. And the first child is going to be the image. And actually semantically, you kind of want to use things like section tags. So normally I would probably want to add all these in one section tag. However, that would make this entire section, you know, of all these one of the grid children. And then we would have to add another grid nested in here, I think, for the headline and the description. But I think just for the sake of having semantic HTML, we will do that. So section, let's give it a class of maybe feature. Then in the feature is going to be an image. And then we'll add this source and stuff later. And then we're going to have our h1 tag. And then maybe I'll just copy this. And then after that, it's going to be a paragraph tag. Save to run prettier so it wraps the lines. There's going to be a read more button. So we'll make this another anchor tag. Read more, and maybe another preemptive class. I guess what we can do is start adding classes for all these. So class, and I like using BEM, the block element modifier approach, when I'm using Sass. So we'll do that here. So feature double underscore image, and then class feature double underscore, and we'll say headline. And paragraph, again, feature double underscore, and let's say maybe description. And then this is going to be, oops, class equals feature double underscore button. Okay, so we might need to tweak some of these things later, but let's just kind of get the markup on the page. So next up is the new section. So what we created now was the section for the feature. So next up, we'll create another section tag. Oops. New. And, oh, another thing I forgot is that inside the main tag, you usually want to have an article tag for, they call it syndication. Basically what it means is that if you think about, let's say you went to a website and you wanted to print out the content, what would be included in the content that you want to print out? So if I was printing out this website, this homepage, I would want the title to be there with the image and then the rest of the content on the page probably. So that means that I would put everything inside the main tag, so not the header, inside the article tag. So you can do something like this, article tag, and then let's just move everything inside the article tag. And then that would make, you would then want to move the grid parent inside the article. Actually, maybe we'll do it for both wrapper and grid. So let's do that. So now the article tag is going to be the grid parent. Okay, so anyway, back to the new section. So in the new section, let's zoom in a little bit. we have another headline. We're probably going to call this an H2 tag because the H1 tag was for the feature. So we'll say new. And then we have a few little, I'm assuming these are just links to blog posts. So we might want to contain them in their own little div. So we'll say new post. Then in the new post, we'll say the next H tags, I mean H3. And then they'll each have a paragraph tag as well. So again, we're going to give these class names. So new headline, and then new description. And if these are blog posts, you probably want to click the title to go to the blog post itself. So inside the H3 tag, we'll add an anchor link. Okay, so I think that looks good. Let's just duplicate this twice. So now there's 3 of them, and let's copy over the copy. So the first headline, this one, and the paragraph tag. Next title. Oh, up here. And the next paragraph. And then the last title. And the last paragraph. Now we'll save. Prettier will kind of wrap the lines a bit. And here we have our blog posts. And actually, I believe that you want to put these in article tags as well because they kind of represent like a standalone item. So for example, I'm assuming Smashing Magazine will probably do this too, just to see. Yes, you can see each article, each blog post is contained within an article tag. So I like to look at websites like CSS Tricks or Smashing Magazine to see what best practices they do, and then I can figure it out and kind of copy their approach as well. So let's turn those into article tags. So article instead of a div. And you really want to use semantic tags whenever possible instead of just putting everything in a div or a span, because one, it makes it easier for screen readers to navigate. It also makes it easier for search engines to parse what your website's about if you're using the proper semantic tags. And thirdly, it makes life for yourself or other developers easier as well, because I think it's a lot easier to look at an HTML file and look at the different tags instead of, if you're just looking at nested divs within nested divs, it gets a bit more difficult to find what you're looking for in the code or just kind of look at the website and wrap your head around it quickly. So I really like using semantic tags, and it's better for accessibility and for SEO. So there's no reason not to, really. Okay, so after the news section, we have the last section, which is going to be the blog posts. So once again, we're going to create another section tag. And now that I think about it, I know initially I was saying that I wanted to have each of these be like the image, the description, new, and then each separate blog post be its own section tag. But I think, because that would make it easier for, targeting grid children. But I think for semantic HTML purposes, it's better to put things in the proper tags. So I think that means that we'll have kind of a nested grid or flexbox or something for inside each of these 3 sections. So we're essentially just going to have 3 sections: feature section, news section, and then blog post section. So I think that's still fine. So anyway, let's get these blog posts marked up. So let's add a new section, give it a class of blog. And then we should probably, again, put these in article tags. So article dot blog, I guess item. Or actually, I think what we can do is, yeah, I think that's fine. Blog item, so we keep the same blog name for all of them. And then it's going to be an h3 tag. So h3 blog underscore underscore, I guess number, for lack of a better word. Or actually, I'm sorry, the number shouldn't be the h3 tag. This should be the title or the headline. So before that is going to be a number. I can't think of a better semantic tag for this, so I'm just going to say div blog number. And then we'll have a paragraph. So blog description. Okay. And then we also have the image, which I forgot about. So image, blog, image. There we go. So now we have the markup for one of the articles. So I'm going to select it and then duplicate it twice. Okay, so the blog image. And let's open our left sidebar. So it was news-1.jpg and then news-2. So I'm just going to type the first one in there so we know what it is. And the blog number is going to be 01. Blog headline, copied from Figma. Paragraph, copy that from Figma. And I forgot that I think the title should be an anchor link as well. So again, I'll do this and put it inside the anchor tag. And we're just leaving it blank because, you know, this is just for show. It's not actually going anywhere. So then maybe we'll add an anchor tag inside each of these as well. There we go. Okay, so the first one I think is done. So 2. And then do the third. And we also want to add good descriptive alt text for each of these images. So the first one will be, looks like a retro computer keyboard cassette tapes on a desk. And the second one is a keyboard with red backlighting. And then the third image is going to be a game controller in the air above a hand. Yeah, I don't know if these are too long, but I just try to be descriptive. Okay, so that's, I think, pretty good for the markup for our page. I feel like I'm forgetting one thing that I was going to do. But I think this looks pretty good. So the next thing I want to do is figure out this feature image, and I didn't do it yet because it's going to be slightly more complicated because we are changing the image between mobile and desktop. So for responsive images, there's a blog post on the Opera website. So I'm going to search for Opera responsive images. And I pretty much always refer to this article whenever I'm doing responsive images. what we're going to do is, so art direction use case, this is going to change the image based on the viewport width. And this is kind of what we want to do. And there's a lot of other things you can do. This is also good for high DPI. So we want to look for high DPI and art direction, which is what we have here. So I'm just going to copy this code, and back here, let's just paste this in first. And then I want to take that class, and then we don't need this initial image tag. So we'll just add the class back in. And the source tag here is what you use to do art direction, which means changing the actual file based on the width, I believe. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, it is. So the default image is going to be in the image tag source. And this is going to be the lower res or 1x JPEG. And then in the source tag is where, if it meets these conditions, where right now it is if it's greater than 1024 pixels wide, then you will switch to the other image for desktop. So this is where we want to have our desktop image. So we have a 1x and 2x images. So let's get rid of that. And then also let's open our image folder. So here we have the images for desktop. So feature dash desktop.jpg, and that's the 1x one. So feature desktop.jpg for 1x, and then you have so you have in the source set, you have the file name, space, and then the pixel density, which is 1x. And then in this case, we then want feature desktop dash 2x JPEG space 2x. And then you want the default or mobile images here. So it's going to be feature dash mobile for the default. And then again, we're only having up to 2x. And it's feature dash mobile dash 2x JPEG. All right, cool. And then we just add the alt text in the image tag itself. So, what should this be? I'm not sure how descriptive this is, or if it needs to be descriptive. Like in some ways it's not really telling you that much info, but I guess we can just try. So looks like it's a bunch of blocks. So brightly colored blocks. Or maybe we'll just say colorful blocks. It's not really spelling out any words or anything. Maybe an assortment of colorful blocks. Okay, that's probably good enough. Okay, so we haven't really added any styles yet, but let's just see what the website looks like. So we need to go to the website. Here we go. Okay, so I'm going to put the website on the right, and then we can have VS Code on the left. Put this back down. And here we have our website. Looks like our images for the feature is not working. And I think it's because I forgot the image folder, so there we go. See if that works. Okay, there we go. So let's also inspect this. Put it in a separate window. And right now we have the square image. And that's because I'm assuming the viewport is less than 1024. If I change to desktop, there, now it's changed to the desktop version. If we go to smaller viewport widths, like iPad or iPhone, then it's using the smaller image. So this is a really good way to test your responsive websites on emulating on different devices. It's not exactly perfect. It's not going to be exactly the same as if you actually loaded it on a physical iPhone or iPad, but it at least gets the viewport width correct, and it does help for, I would say, maybe 90 to 95% of what you need to test. Cool. So now you can see, let me actually zoom out a bit. Okay, this is at least where we can see the desktop and then the mobile version. And we can change this later on if we need to, but I think we're pretty good for the markup right now. And next up, we're going to start adding our styles. So to start with the styles, I'm going to add some boilerplate styles that I basically use on every website project that I have. So up here in the global.scss file, we have the CSS custom props for our colors and our font styles. And then below that is where we're going to start adding our other boilerplate styles. So we'll do HTML, and we want font size to be 100%, so it takes its font size from the browser settings. And this will allow users to make the text bigger if they want by changing the browser-based font size. Then we also want box sizing, border box, so that elements will include padding in the final size, as opposed to having padding be in addition to the width or height. Just makes things easier when you're sizing elements. And then after that, we want to have every element also be box sizing border box. So we'll do wildcard, then before, and then after, and we'll say box sizing inherit. I have also seen people say box sizing border box on this wildcard thing, but for whatever reason I saw CSS Tricks do it this way, where you have box sizing border box on the HTML element and then you inherit it on all the other elements. But I'm pretty sure either way is about the same. Then we have the body, and here's where we want to set some of the other styles. I like to set a margin of 0 on the body because there's some default margin that browsers have. And then I also do min height of 100 viewport height. This just makes sure that your website goes all the way to the top and bottom if there's not enough content to push it down all the way. And I would also usually set my font family on the body, but I don't remember. I don't think we've set that yet, actually. Let's see what we got in Figma. So it is Inter. And I think Inter should be a Google font. Google Fonts Inter. There we go. Okay, so I want to load it in my website. And let's check the different weights that we have. So this one is extra bold, 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 extra bold, extra bold, and then regular. So let's select regular, and then bold and extra bold. Okay, it looks pretty good. So now I'm going to copy this code here and put that in our HTML head. So let's see what we have now in global.scss. Go into our index.html file, and here in the head is where I'm going to add our Google Fonts stuff. Okay, and then we need to just check what the font family is inter sans serif. So let's just copy that and then put that in our global.scss file on our body tag. Okay, so that's our fonts. And another thing I like to do is there's some elements on that have default browser margins. So for example, H tags and also paragraph tags. So one thing that I usually do, and this is just my own preference, is I'm going to set the margin top to 0 because I like having a space added between elements added to the margin bottom. There are a few different ways of doing this. I've seen some people default margin to 0 and then there's no default margins in the browser and then you just set on each element. But I kind of like doing it this way. You know, that's just me. And then I think we also want to set a global line height on our body tag. So we'll do 1.5. Maybe we should actually check the design. Let's see what line height they use. So let's click on some body text here. So here we have 15 font size and 26 line height. So let's do the calculations for that. So 26 line height divided by 15, 1.7. So I'm assuming it's going to be the same for the other body tags. So we'll say 1.7 line height. And the other thing I like to do is set a line height for the headline text, which is less than 1.7, because when the text is bigger, you don't need as much line height. And I think you can kind of see, if you compare the body text with the title text, it looks like there's more relative space between lines on the body than it is on the title. So it's just kind of a readability thing. Okay, and I think the other thing I like doing is removing the text decoration. Automatically, and we can set those styles for the links based on the design. I'm actually not sure if they even have text link styles. Yeah, it looks like there's not. All right, so that's what we got here. So let's start looking at what we have on our website and then start adding our styles there. So you can see here, we have the font family getting added, which is pretty good. The first thing I like to do is set the wrapper styles. So in the index.html file, I'd added a wrapper class to the header and then also to the grid for the content. And I'm doing this because if you look in the design for the desktop, all the content in the website is limited to this width of 1110 pixels wide. So what I like doing is adding those styles in our wrapper class. So after these element tag selectors, I'm going to add another selector for the wrapper class. So what I like to do is this trick that I actually learned from Kevin Powell on how to style this. So you don't want the width of the wrapper content to be greater than 110 pixels. So width, and one way you do it is, it's going to look a little bit complicated, but we're going to use this min function. So in the min function, we're going to set two different numbers. And then based on whichever number is smaller at the current viewport width, it's going to select that smaller number, and that will be the width. So the max width is 1010 pixels. And we'll change it to rems in a second. I don't know if I have I do have the util stuff already, so we can actually do this right away. So u.rem 1110, and that's going to be the max width for basically desktop viewports. And then if you get smaller than 1110, then you want the width to be 100%, but not just 100%, because if you look at the mobile design, it might be easier to see here. Let's select the mobile frame. So the frame itself is 375 pixels wide. But you can see in the content there's a little bit of white space on the left and the right, on the outside of the content. And that's just to give a little bit of extra padding so the content doesn't look super cramped on your mobile. So let's see how much space. So there's 16 pixels of space on either side. So if you add it together, that's 32 pixels of space that's not taken up by the actual content. So that means that the width, you want it to be less than 100%. So what you want is to have 100% minus the total space. So you rem 32. But in order to make this subtraction actually work, we have to wrap it in the calc function. And this function lets you do math. Let me see if I can show the whole thing. The calc function lets you do math, and you can mix units, which is super helpful because in this case we have percentage and then we have rems. So the calc is going to be 100% minus urem 32. So let's save that. So what this means is that the width of the wrapper content is going to be either 1110 pixels wide, or it's going to be 100% with 16 pixels of space for either side, whichever one happens to be smaller at that viewport width. And the other thing we want to do is you want to center the wrapper content on the web page. So you can do this by setting margin inline, which in our case is going to be margin left and margin right. And we want to set both of those to auto. And margin inline is nice because if you use the margin shorthand property, you would have to set all 4 margins. And so you'd have to do something like 0 auto. But now with margin inline, you can set just the left and right margins. And you can also do margin block to set just the top and bottom margins. So anyway, in this case, now we have our wrapper sizes set. And let's see how that looks on our website. So here we have our website, and it is less than the width. So let's choose a laptop width. Now you can see that the content is not going all the way across. So let's inspect that. And if we look at the wrapper class, I can zoom out a bit so you can see the whole thing. You can see that the width is limited to 1110 pixels wide. If you look down here in the layout tab, and then the extra space is equally distributed on the left and right, thanks to margin inline auto, which is centering. If you didn't have margin inline auto, it would by default be aligned to the left side. And then if you get down to smaller viewport widths, you can see that once you run out of space, then you have that 16 pixels of space on the left side and the right side. And this is what we have for mobile. So it's just a really nice, efficient way of making sure the wrapper content, looks nice on the website at different viewport widths. Okay, so we have the global wrapper styles set. So now usually what I like to do is just in the design, basically working my way down from top to bottom. So the first thing we want to do is code the top navigation. I'm going to actually leave the hamburger menu on mobile for last, just because it's kind of more complicated. So when I'm building a website, it kind of feels like you're making more progress if you start with some of the easier stuff, and then you can tackle the hard things later on. This, of course, depends on if it doesn't matter what order you do things in. So I'm just going to start with this top navigation. So the first thing is the W logo. So let's see what size that is on mobile. 45 pixels by 28. And then on desktop, it is 64 by 40. So let's start with the mobile one, 45 by 28. So let's see where we are right now. So right now the logo, we set it to 64 by 40, which I'm assuming we'd taken from the desktop design. So now we need to set some styles, and it looks like we probably want to add a class to this. So let's go back into our index.html and go into the header, and I'm going to kind of follow the BEM approach for our class names like I usually like to do. So I'm actually going to name this header. And then for the image, I'm going to give it a class of header logo. So that way we can target that in our styles. And in the same way that I like using BEM, I'm going to create a Sass partial just for the header styles in our SCSS folder. So in our SCSS folder, I'm going to create a new subfolder. I'm going to call this components. And then since we have a new subfolder, it needs its own index.scss partial. And this is going to forward the other partials from the components folder. So let's create our first partial header.scss. And then in the index.scss file, we're going to forward header. So we can close that. And then because we created this new components folder, we need to make sure that it gets loaded in our main style.scss file. So let's try use components. And that should work because the components folder is on the same level as style.scss. So we don't need any slashes or anything to navigate out of it. So we should be all set there. So now in the header.scss file, we want to make sure that we're loading our util styles. So we want to use the util folder. And since the header.scss file is in a different folder, we have to navigate up out of that. So to navigate one level up, out of the components folder, we'll do a double dot, then a slash, and now we can sort of depend on the VS Code autocomplete and load the util folder. And I usually just use it without the slash, and then add a namespace as you. So now we can start adding our styles for our header. So let's start doing that. I'm going to split this to right so we can have the HTML on the left and then our styles on the right. So the first thing we want to add is our main BEM block class, which is going to be header. And we did this on purpose because we want the file name to have the same name as the block, and then the main sort of parent element for the whole component should have the same class name. So in header, we're going to nest the header logo class. So ampersand will load header, double underscore, and logo. So now let's just save that. And that's all that we have for now in the header. We will have to add stuff for the nav. But let's just get our logo working for now. So for the logo, we want to set the mobile size first. So let's go back to Figma and just check that. So mobile was 45. So we're going to say width urem 45. And actually that reminds me, another global style that I like to do is for the image tags, display block. And I also like setting width. You can set width or max width to 100% and set height to auto. And this will make sure that the images will maintain their proper aspect ratio and they won't get larger than the container. So right now for the header logo, we set the width to 45 pixels, and then we're setting the height to auto from the global styles. So let's check out our website now. So maybe I'll select iPhone. So I can see that the logo is indeed 45 pixels by almost 28. So it looks pretty good. So then let's set the desktop sizes for that. And for desktop, we need to add a media query. So basically we need to figure out what breakpoint do we want to go from these small mobile styles to our desktop styles. And I do like to sort of keep the breakpoints consistent if possible. So let's check out the design and kind of figure out what breakpoint we want to go to desktop. So we know that the wrapper container is 1110 pixels wide, and even though this desktop is at 1440, I feel like the wrapper width is generally a pretty good breakpoint to add for desktop, so let's maybe try that. So 1110. Also, it's kind of easier to remember. So I'm going to set the desktop sizes inside a media query. So media, and we'll try to use the new range syntax for media queries. So you can set width is greater or equal to 1110 pixels, although we should set this in rems. And then we'll change the width to the desktop width. And let's go back to the design. 64. Okay, so now we have this saved. And let's check and make sure that the styles are working in our website. So here we have our image. And I'm just going to go to the layout tab so you can kind of monitor the width here. So it says 45 pixels wide. So hopefully as it gets bigger, it changes. So it does. Nice. So yeah, once it hits that 1110, you can see it goes from 45 pixels wide to 64 pixels wide. So that seems pretty good. And then we also want to style our navigation links. And this one, we used the unordered list, and by default, it's going to add those bullet points. There's also some other sort of default styles from the browser. You can see there's a top and bottom margin, and then a left padding on the UL element. And we want to cancel those out. So let me just show you. So we want to get rid of margin, set margin to 0, and then padding to 0. And then for the LI, we can control that with list style type none. There we go. So let's just add these styles in, and I think we can look at the style editor. Here we go. So these are the changes that we made in the browser. So we can copy them from here, and then we'll just kind of add them to our element tags in the global.scss file. There we go. All right, so now just to reload to check one more time, we have our links and then our logo. And let's work on styling those links. We can start with the mobile text styles. Even though we're not building the hamburger menu yet, you can see that they're bigger and maybe a different color on mobile versus desktop. So let's get those mobile styles. So the color is dark space blue, and then it's 18 and 24. So actually, we want to add classes to the elements for the nav inside the header. So we know that we have to style the anchor links inside the list item. So let's try adding a class of header link, I guess you could say. That should work. So we'll just add these to each of the anchor tags for the links. Okay, header link. So now we want to set the color to, and we want to load the CSS custom prop that we added in our global.scss file. So it's going to be c-blue. So to load it, you need the var function and then c-blue. And let's check and see if that worked. Okay, so it looks like it's worked. And we want to check the font sizes too. So this was 18 and 24. So let's check what it is right now. Font size is just inheriting the 16 pixel default. So in header link, say font size, and it was 18. And then line height was 24. I can't remember what that is. Math, 1.3. So I like just doing 1.3 without a unit, because then if the font size changes, it'll change with it. It does look like there's some space, so maybe we'll do the spacing thing when we build the hamburger menu. We're just kind of getting the global text styles here. So now for desktop, it does look like the color is different. It's gray instead of that dark blue. And then it's the body styles. So let's try that. So now we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to copy the media query. And we want to set the font size to the body, which we should have saved in our global styles. Yeah, f-body. So it should work. And we also want to change the color to, I think I set it to gray. Yeah, sea gray. Okay, hopefully that works. So now let's go to a desktop width. Select the laptop. Okay, it does look like the color has changed, which is great. Okay, awesome. And yeah, sometimes I get this style sheet cannot be loaded error. I think it's a Vite thing. I'm not really sure what's causing that. I wasn't able to figure out why. I mean, the styles are loading, so the style sheet is successfully getting loaded. Okay, so this is good for the header. So right now I just tried to add the main styles to all the different elements, and I'm not really worrying about layout at the moment. We'll handle that stuff later on. So next up, we want to probably figure out this image styles. So we did get the switcher using the, using the picture and source tag to set different images based on the width. And actually, one thing I realized I forgot is to set the width and height attributes for each of them. So if we go back to index.html, I need to go down to the image, and the mobile image was 343 by 300. So let's do that. So I'm just going to set this maybe here. So width equals 343, height equals 300. Oops. And then the desktop image is different. It's 730 by 300. So you can set this in the source. I'll just do it at the end. Width equals, 730, height equals 300. And again, this is so the browser knows the aspect ratio of the image, so it will leave enough vertical space so that while the image is downloading, it will leave enough space so that the content doesn't sort of shift after the image is finished loading. So you can kind of see things seem like, it's blinking in, but it's not getting shifted. So for example, if we delete those, then you can see when you reload, actually it doesn't seem like it's doing that, but I think it's just something that you probably should do no matter what. So I'm just going to put it back. Maybe my internet isn't slow enough to make that happen. So anyway, we got the image going here. So if we go to iPhone, you know, that looks pretty good. So I think we're okay for the images. So next up, let's do the headline text. So it's going to be, I think these styles, we should have set it already. So this is the H1 tag. So H1 feature headline. And because we have this, we probably need to create a new components SCSS file for feature.scss. And then we want to load this in our index.scss file. So kind of like the same way we did with the header, you want to load the util styles, and then we'll add the feature class. So it's feature, then feature image. Then feature headline and description and button. So headline, description, and button. Okay. Now the headline, we're setting the font size to the variable, the global styles that we added. And that one was the FXL size. And we need to set the font weight because we didn't add that to our variables. So it's extra bold. Font weight, extra bold is 800. Cool. That seems really small. This maybe is not working for some reason. Let's see what's going on. Let's inspect the element. So our style is coming through. So I'm not sure why it's not loading the variable. I wonder if you can't use clamp in CSS custom properties. Let's see what the font size is. Yeah, it looks like it's just not loading. I'm just gonna do a quick search to see. My guess is you can't use it. I was trying to see how they did it. Looks like they they're using a CSS custom property in the clamp function. But I don't know if that means you can use the clamp function in a CSS custom property. Yeah, my guess is you can't. Unfortunately, we'll have to change this. So we might as well just copy this whole clamp function and set it on the headline because this is the only place we're using it. And then for older browsers, we can set a fallback to be the minimum size. That's unfortunate. Yeah, I think it's just CSS custom properties are really great for things, but they're not variables exactly because there's a lot of limitations, which is kind of unfortunate, but you know, that's how it goes. So anyway, now it looks like our font size is working, which is good. Okay. So add a margin bottom of 16 for mobile. Or maybe we can add that margin using gap if we're using grid. So actually maybe we'll try to zero out all the margins, top and bottom. Yeah, let's try that. We'll just see how it goes. Alrighty, so next up, let's get this description styles. So this looks like it's the same on mobile and desktop. So it's the AG body size. So since we can't use the clamp function in a variable, maybe we'll just, I guess we can do it for the body, it doesn't really matter, because there's no clamp function there. And that should work. And that was 15 pixels. 16 pixels. Something is really not working. So F body should be 15. I'm just gonna change this to something kind of ridiculous. Oh, well, it is working. So why is this not working? I wonder if it's because, is it because I'm zoomed a little bit? Let's see, that might be the case. No, it's still 16, not 15. Ay, ay, ay. I don't know why I'm setting it to F body, which is 15 pixels, and it's loading 16. I wonder if maybe these are messing it up somehow. Let's think about this. I wonder if there's something to do with how Vite is injecting the CSS custom props. Well, actually, no, that's not right, because this was working if I set it to, like, let's say 20 pixels. But it reverts back if I'm using Okay, I don't know why this is happening. I don't know why I'm setting the variable or the custom prop on the root, and the body should be able to load it. Oh, wait, this is weird. This is the... Why is this loading the same thing twice, but this one has the old before I added the font size? What? I'm really confused. There we go. Oh, wait. Okay, it did change. Went back to 16. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, but for some reason, using the rem function, I guess you can't use functions in CSS custom properties, is my guess. Can't use functions. Ah. Oh wait, no, this is different. Variables don't work inside media queries and container queries. Okay. I think basically we can't use... Yeah, we can't use functions inside CSS custom properties for whatever reason. It's not working, so we'll just have to set all the font sizes on the actual place that they're being used in the SAS file. So there we go. So now, and sometimes Firefox doesn't update the tab right away, so you have to kind of click off and click back to it, which is a little bit annoying. Okay, so we got the size. Let's just make sure the color is right too. It should be gunmetal gray. We'll just make this a default color. Fortunately, the colors do work, so... And then we'll set the H1 tag to be, I think it needs to be the black color. There we go. Okie dokies. So again, we'll figure out the spacing later on. Now, let's do the button. So the button is, looks like it's the same size on both desktop and mobile. So it's 1424. And the background is red. So I like sizing buttons by adding padding on top of the text, which allows buttons to be different sizes based on the text. Instead of having them be at a static size. So we're just gonna maybe estimate, we'll say 30 pixels on left and right, and then 12 pixels on top and bottom. This was feature button. So let's just read more text here. And I want it to be, I think, display inline block, so we can position it vertically later on. So background color, far, C red, I think it was. And color is going to be white. Font size, I think it was 18. And it's uppercase, so text transform is uppercase. And then font weight, I think it looked like it was bold, but we can check that. Okay, so let's just double check this stuff. So it's 14 and 24. So 14. And then we'll do padding. So I think we said 12 pixels on top and bottom, 30 on left and right. There we go. And then I think we have some letter spacing going on too. So letter spacing is 4.38 pixels. I like using EMs for letter spacing because, you know, it's going to be dependent on the actual font size. So let's figure out what percentage 4.38 is of 14. So that is 30%. That seems like a lot, but yeah, 31%, I think. So we can say letter spacing 0.31 EMs. Okay. So it looks pretty good, I think. Yeah, maybe we'll add 32 pixels of padding on left and right. Nice. Cool. Okay, so next up is the new section. This new section, let's see, it has a dark blue black color, and there is 24 pixels of padding on top and bottom, and then 20 maybe, so 24 and 20. And that's going to be inside the new section. So, oops, let's create another component SAS file. So new.scss. Forward it. And then in the same way, we're going to load the util. And then let's add the selectors. So I'm going to split this down. So new, we have new post, headline, description, and that's it. Cool. So let's get the colors set. So background color is going to be that blue. Black color. Color is going to be, let's see. Looks like there's 3 different colors, so I'm going to set the color on each element. So we will not set it globally, but we do need to set the padding. So I think it was 24 on top and bottom, and then we'll say 20 on left and right. Now we have this, and we need to set the colors for the head H2 tag. I forgot about that. We'll have to make a new class name for this. So let's say just new, maybe title. I know it's a bit redundant with new headline, but okay, so color, yellow, And I think by default they are bold for font weight, the H2 tags. Yeah, so bold. Let's just check the font weight of this too. Extra bold. Okay, let's get the size. So it's 32 and 32 for mobile. I think it's the same on desktop. Oh no, it's a bit bigger. So 32 on mobile, 40 on desktop. I think that might have been one of the ones we added in our global styles. Yeah, 32 and 40. So we'll just copy this. Oops, the whole thing. That's going to be for the H2 tag. So the new title. I like setting font size before text color. Nice. I think for these I am going to do the spacing here just because I think it's going to be all in one block. So let's say 35. And I like using margin block end versus margin bottom when I can. Okay, so next up is the headline. So font size. And this is 20. Oops. And I think it's the same, honestly. 20. Font weight, I think we said was extra bold. And then 8 pixels of space underneath it. Oh, and the color. Oh, there we go. I guess we can move the class into the anchor tag. There we go. All right, so let's do the paragraph styles. And it's silver, and it's the body text size. So it's going to be new description. Hmm, 15. Color, var, it was the silver color. Okay, and there's like this divider. So I think what people often do is they're going to set a border bottom. So it's 1 pixel tall, and the fill is, I'm not sure what color that is. Maybe it might be gunmetal. So we'll set a border bottom on each of the posts. Or I guess border block end. 1 pixel. We'll leave it at pixels because we don't care if it scales up or not. Solid. C gray. There we go. And we need to add a bit of spacing. So 30 pixels on the bottom. So what I'll do is do padding block end of 30. There we go. And then we want the last child, I think. Hopefully this works. Border none. There we go. So now there's only a border between the posts. Okay, and I guess there's also going to be 30 pixels of space on the top. Which it looks like there's kind of is already. Wait, why is there, I don't know why I have multiple H2 tags going on. I must have accidentally duplicated it. Yeah, so we just have these 3 articles. Okay. So let's add padding on both top and bottom. 35. So actually we can get rid of this margin block end, I think. Yeah. There we go. So it looks pretty good. Okay, so let's get the blog post styles next. Okay, so one thing I wanted to mention before we move on with the blog styles is that if you remember, I was having some issues using the function inside these CSS custom properties, but I did a little research off camera and I found out that you can use functions in the CSS custom properties with Sass. You just have to interpolate them. So you can see here, the clamp function here, we've surrounded it with hashtag and then curly brackets, and this will allow the function to actually work in your styles when you use it. So you can see that I have surrounded the clamp function with interpolation as well as even these rem functions. So now they actually do work. So I have used the fxl custom prop up in the feature for the h1 tag. So you can see I set the font size to fxl, and we can see that this does work in the website. If I inspect the headline, we can see it's up here. Font size is taking the var XL. And if we go to the computed tab and filter for font size, right now it's 40, which is the mobile size. And as the viewport width increases, the font size does go up. So that means that our CSS custom prop is working. So yeah, pretty happy about that. The other thing that I wanted to do is, you might have noticed that there's a little error here. I think it's mainly because of the favicon, which they were using. So in order to fix that, I have the project from Front End Mentor, and this is going to be the favicon. So I'm actually going to copy and paste it into the root project. So for static assets like images with Vite, you want to put them in the public folder. And this will, the URL for this image is going to be in the root. So I think that this should work now. If we try to reload, let's see here. Oh, it's looking for the vite.svg file. So let's fix that. Here we go. Oh no, that's a logo. Here, vite.svg. So I think we maybe don't need that. And we want to link to the favicon, which is in the public folder. And it's actually a PNG, so I don't know if this is going to work. But let's reload. And it does seem like the error doesn't happen anymore, which is good. All right. So let's get on to the blog post section. So right now we have the blog section here, and let's get our regular main styles going for those. So here is the mobile design, and looks like the mobile and desktop design, they are pretty much the same. So let's see how we want to do this. So we want the image on the left and the content here on the right. So let's maybe try using grid for this. And it looks like all the images are 100 pixels wide and 127 pixels tall. So if we go down to the blog section, which we have here, each blog item is in an article tag with the blog item class. So we're going to make this blog item the grid parent. And it's a new set of styles, and we don't have a partial for them yet. So in the components folder, just make sure we select in there, make a new partial for blog.scss. And then in there, I'm going to forward blog. And then in the same way, we want to load those util styles. And then start adding our selectors. All right, so we got blog, blog item, blog number, blog headline, blog description. And I think that's it for the blog items. Okay, so blog item. This is for each blog post. So I'm going to say display grid and grid template columns. The first one's going to be 100 pixels. So let's go urem 100. And then we'll set the second column to be auto to be, whatever the width is. Okay, so we got the images sized pretty well. So now we need to figure out the text layout and also the global styles for those. So let's kind of figure out the layout. So what's going on here is that blog item is the grid parent. So that means each direct child is going to be the grid child. So, sorry, blog item is the grid parent, and then that means that the image, blog number, headline, and description are each going to be children. So we actually might need to change the layout of the grid where we have 2 columns, but then we're going to have 3 rows, one for each of the sort of text elements. So grid template rows, and I'll just say repeat 3 auto. So now we can assign the text elements to the different parts of the grid template. So let me show you what I mean by that. So on the blog item, I'm going to turn on the highlighting. So I want to make the image take up 3 rows. So for the image, we actually, looks like we didn't set it. Oh, we did blog image. So I forgot to add that one. So after blog item, it's going to be blog image as the first one. So I want this to take up grid row. And this is a shorthand for grid row start and grid row end. So grid row start is going to be the line, the horizontal line that it starts at, and that's going to be 1. Then we're going to say the line that it ends at. Since we have 3 rows, the last line on the bottom is line 4. So let's see how that looks. Okay, so now you can see that there are 3 rows, and the image is taking up 3 rows, and then each of the text elements automatically will take up 1 row and 1 column by default, unless you explicitly say otherwise. And I'm just going to actually add some extra space to the bottom of the body just to make it a little easier for you all to see. So I'm just going to say padding block end, and let's just say 10 rems just for the heck of it. So now there's a little extra space. Maybe it needs more than 10 rems. Or I guess we can say 50 VH. And again, this is just for testing purposes. If I was deploying this, I would remove this after, all my development is done, but just makes the development process a little bit easier. Cool. So we also need to add some space between those items. So let's see how much space there's between the image and the text. 24. And then actually let's also see between blog posts is 30. So we can do both those things. For the blog parent, that's also going to be a grid parent for layout purposes. So let's do that. So display grid. And for now, we'll just say gap of 30 pixels. So now you can see there's a 30 pixel gap between each of those. And we do need to add space between the new and the blog section, but let's figure that out a little bit later on. Okay, so next up, let's get the text styles. So we'll start with that blog number thing. Maybe I'll zoom in a bit more just so you can see better. So the number is heading, medium, and then silver. And what's the font weight? Font weight is bold. So going into our styles, the blog number is what we're looking at. So color var C-silver is what we want. Okay, and then font size is going to be var F. Not sure why it's not loading, but font size is medium, so FM. Okay, and now it's bigger. Font weight is bold, which is 700. And yeah, that actually looks pretty good. Oh, I forgot to add gap between the image and the other thing. So let's just take this, and then we change it to 24, which was the amount of space between the image and the text. Okay, cool. So the image is not going all the way down. Let's see what's going on here. So 100 by 127. Let's see how big the grid cell is. I wonder if this is because of the gap property. So the image is supposed to be, I think it's just getting taller because of the text. So let's see what's going on here. Maybe line height should be 1. So let's do that. Line height of 1 so it doesn't get so big. Actually, I think, yeah, the gap property of 24 is what's causing that, but there's actually less space between the rows of this blog item grid. So let's see how much space there is. 12 and 9. So I think for gap, it has to be the same. I don't think you can have different gaps. I'm pretty sure. Let's just see. CSS grid gap of different sizes. Yeah, it has to be the same. So I think what we want to do is maybe only set the column gap to that 24 pixels. And then we can add space between these text items using margin. So let's do that. So gap, so we're going to change this to column gap. And that will leave the space between rows as 0. All right, there we go. So 12 and 9. So 12 pixels under the number. We could also just kind of estimate things and make it a little bit inexact by setting the row gap number, which comes first, to, let's kind of make it between 9 to 12. So we'll set maybe 10. So now we have a little bit of space between these items. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Paragraph. I think that we want the paragraph to align to the very bottom. Yeah, it looks like the paragraph is all the way at the bottom. So maybe what we can do is, let's try going to blog item, and I don't know why it picks like the most random colors for the layout grid. I don't know how easy you can see that, but just make it a bit darker green. Let's make the align items center. So this will kind of at least center, or maybe space between. Does that work? No, I think space between is more for justify content. So what we could do is align the paragraph, only the paragraph, to the bottom. Here. So we can do align self end. So then it'll be, the top one will automatically be aligned to the top. Maybe we'll align the headline in the center. Align self, center. Might be a little bit of overkill, but you know, at least it is aligning things the way I think we should do it. So we'll copy those over, save. Okay, so it looks pretty good. So let's get the text styles for the headline now. Blog headline. And then this is actually going to be the anchor tag inside. I'm just going to use the element tag, even though I usually try to use classes for everything, just because it makes it a little bit, I think, simpler or quicker to see that the link is inside the headline. But is that 100% right? I'm not really sure. We're just kind of doing things a little bit quicker here. So anyway. Okay, heading XS, and that's going to be extra bold and 18. So let's just do that. And it looks like it's the dark space blue color, yeah. So headline A, set the color, far C blue, I believe it was. Okay, so now it is the blue-black color. Font weight, it said extra bold, which is 800. And Let's also do line height of 1.1. Alrighty. Oh yeah, and the font size, it was XS, so let's just double check. Yeah. Font size, var FXS. All right, so just got a little bit bigger. So last is the paragraph, which is the description. And this is the AG body styles. So I think it actually should already have the styles because I think we set them on the body tag. Yeah, so we already did this in the body tag. F body for the font size, and then the line height is 1.7, and it's that gray color. All right, so I think we're good for the basic blog styles. Looks like maybe the new section, we need a bit of space under that headline, so let's go back and tweak that. Yeah. 8 pixels of space. This is going to be the new headline. So let's go back to new and headline. Margin block end UREM 8. Is that what we had? Yeah, it does say 8. It just seems like it's not enough space. This is still AG body. We're just gonna maybe try to eyeball that. So let's see. Oh, I think it also might be because the anchor tag by default is going to be display inline. So I need to set it to display inline block. And that will make vertical margins actually take effect. There we go. So now there is space between it. All right, looks pretty good. All right, so we have our basic styles now. Up next, we want to start figuring out the layout. Now, before we start with the layout styles, I did find some mistakes in my index.html file. Maybe some of you noticed that, but in the blog section, I have some duplicate section tags here, and I don't need them. I think maybe they got kind of left in when I was duplicating the markup for each of the 3 blog items, but we really just want one section tag, and inside the section tag is going to be each of the 3 articles containing the blog items. So I think we are now good to go in terms of our markup. Now, let's save that, and I want to show you what we're going to be building for the layout. We're going to start with the mobile styles, and I'm going to be using grid to lay out both mobile and desktop. So if we look at our markup here on the left, we have our grid that's going to be the main grid parent. That will contain all the other content on the website after the header. So if this is the grid parent, this article tag here, then each of the direct child elements of the article tag is going to be a grid child. And that's going to be the feature section, the news section, and then the blog section. And those correspond with what we have in our Figma design, which is up here we have the feature section, and then below that is the news section, and then below that is the blog section. And we can see that each of those are spaced out at 64 pixels away from each other. So we're going to add that space using the gap property. So here's our website, and what I'm going to do is start adding the grid styles to the grid parent, which is going to be up here at the top. Now, I don't think we actually have looks Looks like we don't have a file for the grid styles. So what I might actually do is, we've been making most of these styles in the components subfolder. And then we have our global styles here. I might just be a little bit lazy and add these layout styles in the global.scss file. I think that might be the easiest to do. And we've added some wrapper styles here. So I'm just going to go ahead and I'm going to add a selector for the grid. Actually, let's make this its own separate file with layout because we are going to have to add some other styles for each of these sections. And I have to be honest, I don't normally use an entire grid to control layout of the whole website. I did think that this would be a good opportunity to try that here with this one. But that does mean that I'm going to have to figure out where to put the grid child styles because, each of the feature, new, and blog section tags are going to be grid children. And so that means we're going to kind of be spreading out the different grid styles across different Sass partials. But I think that's just what we're going to have to do. So maybe with that in mind, we will put the grid parent styles in the global.scss file. And then for each of the children, feature, new, and blog, we'll add those grid child styles if necessary in each of their respective Sass partials. So let's go back into global.scss, and then I'm going to add a selector for the grid class, and we're going to say display grid, and gap is going to be urem64. And let's save that. So I can see that little space got added. So if I go to the website and inspect it, we have our grid wrapper, and I'm going to turn on the grid overlay so you can kind of see if we can make that a little bit darker of a color. So in the grid wrapper div, we have the first child, which is the feature section. The second child after the gap is new. Third child is the blog section. So essentially, this is pretty much what we need for the mobile layout. And one thing I'm kind of noticing here is the image does not go all the way across. And why is that? 343 by 300. Oh, I guess because, let's see, let's go to iPhone. So on iPhone, it's fine, but you can see it kind of, what I would like ideally is for this image to kind of increase as the viewport increases too. So I wonder if I need to set width to 100%. And then let's see how this looks when we get to desktop viewport widths. Okay, so it looks like it did go to the, that seems a little big. So we'll have to figure out, we might have to just tweak when this image changes to desktop, but we'll do that later on. But I think for now, we want to set the width of the image to be 100% by default. And this is for all image tags. So I'll set this for now. So going back to mobile, I think we're pretty good with the layout here. Looks like we do need to add some space on between the elements on the feature. So let's do that. So you can see if I put the Figma on the left, website on the right, we need space under the image and then space under the text too. And it looks like we also need space under the paragraph. So I think what I might try to do is I'm going to have to probably make this a grid parent as well, the feature section. So the reason we need to do that is because if we look at the desktop layout, this is the feature section here, you can see that we kind of have another grid layout that we're going to need to add, where it's the image on one row and then the text on the second row, and then the text is going to be divided into 2 columns. So we're going to be using grid for that, and that means that we can use grid for mobile and then adjust the spacing in there too. So it's 24 pixels, 16, and 24. So 28 is under the image for desktop. So I might just do, let's see what we got here. So this is the feature section. We have all these different elements here. We could make this a grid parent. Set the gap to 24, and then that would create this space between the elements for mobile. And then on desktop, I guess we could adjust the gap if we need to. So it's 24, 16, and 24. So unfortunately, the gap has to be the same for all of them, but maybe we'll just kind of fudge it a bit and we'll make it 24 for all of them. And then we will have to fix this button because by default, it's going to stretch it out, I believe. So what we can do is, since that's going to be a grid child, we can say justify self start, so then it won't stretch out, because I think by default it's going to be stretch. So let's just do that. So if we go to our style editor, we have this, and then we can just copy that and add it to the feature. And then we'll use rem for gap. So you rem 24. And then for the feature button, we want to say justify self start, so it'll be aligned to the left and it won't stretch out. All right, so that's our saved styles, so it looks pretty good. New section looks pretty good. Blog section looks pretty good. So we already made the blog itself a grid parent. Okay, looks good. All right, so now we're going to get into kind of the fun part, which is figuring out the desktop layout using CSS Grid. Now, if we look at the desktop design, we want to make this whole thing in a grid template. So if you look at where the elements are, you might see, okay, there's one row going all the way across here, and then a second row below that with a text, and the new section will take up those 2 rows. And then at the bottom, there's a third row for the blog content. And then if you look at what column should be in the template, you might see that there's 3 columns also. So there's one column that would have the featured text headline and then the first blog post. And then the second column would have the rest of the feature text, and then the feature image would take up 2 columns. And then the blog post would take up 1 column. And the last column would be the news section and then the last blog post. And you can tell that they're all kind of adhering to the same grid, because the new section has that left edge that lines up with the blog post at the bottom, and then you can see the same thing where the blog posts and the feature content also seem to line up with the same lines. However, this is kind of hard to do with the initial grid styles and grid features that we had, because the feature section is one grid child of the large grid. The new section is one grid child, and the blog posts are one grid child. So we would have to, what we want is for those 3 columns on the overall layout to be able to be used for each of the sort of nested grids that we're going to be using, because the feature section is a grid child of the main grid, but we're also going to make that a grid parent to make the feature text be aligned into 2 columns. And in the same way, while the whole blog section is going to be one grid child element of the main grid, itself is going to be a grid parent nested inside the main grid and having 3 columns. But fortunately, we can use subgrid for this. And this is a more relatively new feature of CSS Grid that I think just recently got supported by all modern browsers. So we're going to be able to use that, and that's going to be kind of a big time saver and a bit more efficient in terms of the code. So let's start doing that. So let's start by going into the main grid and creating those 3 columns and 3 rows. So the 3 columns are going to be, I would say, equally spaced. So we'll set that to be 1 fr width for each of the 3 columns. Now, as for the rows, I think the first row, which the image is going to be a part of, should be 300 pixels tall, because if you look on the mobile, it's 300 pixels tall. On desktop, the image is 300 pixels tall. So we'll do that. And then for the second row, which is going to be the feature text and the rest of the news section, maybe we'll just set that to auto, and that'll just take the size of the content inside it. So let's get started with that. So in our code, we have the wrapper grid, and let's maybe put this on the right side to split it, and then we can start adding the styles on the left. So the wrapper grid is going to be the main grid parent, and we already set display grid with a gap of 64 pixels for our mobile styles. Now, let's add a media query, and we're going to change the grid template from 1 column, which it is on mobile, to 3 columns. So we'll say media, and let's use this new range syntax for media queries. So if the width is greater or equal to, and let's say maybe 1110 pixels, and actually we want to use EMs for that. So let me go back into my functions, and we actually have an EM function, which I have, so we can use that for our media queries. I think that EMs are the unit that you should use for media queries. There's some slight bugs with rems. It's not a huge deal, but I think some browsers don't see them at the exact same, so the breakpoint may happen a little bit different than what you might expect. And you really shouldn't use pixels, because that will definitely mess up how your layout will look, especially if you are using rems for your text styles. So you should try to use EMs for your media queries. So anyway, in here, we're going to change the grid template. So grid template columns, and we want to set this to 3 columns. So let's use the repeat 3, 1 fr. And we're also going to create grid template rows. So grid template rows, and we wanted 300 pixels for the first row, so you rem 300. And then I think for the other 2 rows, we're going to use auto and auto, at least to start. Oops. Okay, so let's see how that looks. And let me make sure I loaded. Yeah, I am loading the util stuff. So on our website, let's go back to a desktop layout, and maybe we should fix that image. But here we have our 3 columns and 3 rows of content, and obviously we need to make some changes to this because we haven't assigned the grid children yet. So that's why things look a little bit wonky right now. So let's start by going to each of the children. So the first one is going to be feature, and feature, if we looked in the design, we want the feature to take up 2 columns wide and then 2 rows. And this is the entire feature section, both image and text. So let's try doing that. So I have the code on the left and the website on the right. So let's go into feature, And this is the feature thing here. So it itself is a grid parent, but I think above that, I'm going to add the grid child styles just to kind of keep them separate. So we can say grid column. We want to start at line 1, and it's going to take up 2 columns, so it's going to end at line 3. And then grid row, it's also going to start at 1. It's going to take up 2 rows, so it's also going to end at 3. Okay, so that looks a little bit more close to the design. Obviously, we need to figure out the text here. So let's do that now. So for the grid, we need to set the feature with its grid parent styles, and we need to create the grid template for that. So for the mobile styles, which are the default styles, it was just going to be 1 column, but we need to add some additional grid styles for the desktop styles. And if we want to copy the media query, we can just do this, just to make sure we're using the exact same width. And in here, we want to adjust the grid template columns. Now, the cool thing is that usually you'd think, okay, for the feature section, we need to create it into 2 columns. So you might do repeat 2, 1FR, but we can do a really cool thing here where we are setting the grid template columns to take the columns of the parent, the main grid. And so we can do that by saying grid template columns and set it to subgrid. So now we need to, I think actually we need to move these styles into the media query because we only want that for the desktop styles. So let's do that. There we go. So now inside the feature, we need to set the assignments for each of the children of the feature section. So for example, the feature section, the first child is going to be the picture which contains like the image and stuff. And then it's going to be headline and then the paragraph tag for feature description. So for the feature, the picture, let's make sure we have, oh, we actually don't have a class on this. So let's just add one. So class, we'll say feature __ picture, just to keep the same naming convention. And then before image, we'll say picture. And now in the picture selector, we are going to dictate where we want the image to extend from. And again, we're going to use the same media query. And we'll say grid column. And we want it to go from 1 to 3 to take up 2 columns. Okay, so now the picture is taking up 2 columns and 1 row. All right, things look a little wonky here. I think, let's see, if we look back up at the feature, I think also need to set grid template rows to subgrid, so let's do that. Okay, and then we have I think some gap. There's gap set on the feature grid and then also gap set on the main grid. So we'd set a pretty large gap here, I think for the mobile styles, but I think it should be smaller for desktop. So let's go check out the design really quick. So for desktop, the space between, say, the feature and the new is 30. And then also here it's 30 and 30, about 30. There is more space between the top part and the blog, but I think we can always add more space later. But I think we should add gap of 30 to the desktop styles. So let's do that. So gap urem 30. Okay, looks a bit better. And okay, we'd set the button and the description as well, kind of different. So I wonder if we don't need a gap on the feature grid, just because I think it can use the gap from the main grid, and it could be that I'm just not doing things right here. So I had a gap of 1.5 rems, which I think was 20. Is that right? 24. So it's a bit different from the main grid. So I wonder, I think that was because of the mobile styles. Oh yeah, because we added that 24 between them. So for the feature, I think actually one thing we need to do is the button and the text right now are separate grid children, but I might just put them into a div of feature description just so that they'll be together. And otherwise we need to make 2 rows inside the feature grid, which I think will complicate things. So let's do that. So I'm going to move the paragraph and the button inside this div, and then I'm going to take the class from the paragraph and set it on the div itself. So now they're together, which is good. So now let's fix that gap for the feature grid. So for desktop, let's set it to match the parent grid of 30. Okay. So that looks a little bit better, I think. And this is really tall, I think, because of the blog stuff. But for right now, we're just going to try to assign each of the feature, new, and blog sections to the proper part of the main grid. So I think the feature stuff looks pretty good right now. We need to work on some spacing here, but I think that's pretty good. So next up, let's assign the new section. So if we look back at Figma, if you remember, we have 2 rows here for the top section. So the new should take up the last column, the 3rd column, and then 2 rows. So if we go into VS Code, let's go to new, and it's going to be the new section. So this one doesn't need to be a grid parent because I think the layout in itself, doesn't need grid. But let's add the grid properties, and I might as well just add them on the top. Oh yeah, we need to add it inside a media query. So let's copy that media query that we have. And I do usually, if you've watched my other videos, I do usually use a SAS mixin, which loads a SAS map for the different breakpoints, but I'm just kind of doing things a bit more quickly here. So I'm just copying the media query from before, and I guess we'll change it if we need to, but yeah, we're just kind of copying these. So grid column for the new section is going to start on the 1 to 3rd line and go to the last line, which is 4. And then grid row, it's going to take up 2 rows, and it'll start on the 1st row line and then end at the 3rd row line. So let's save that. All right, so this is looking a lot closer to our desktop design, which is pretty awesome. So lastly, let's set up the blog stuff. So the blog class is going to be that nested grid. So again, let's copy our media query for the desktop styles. And we're going to say grid template columns, subgrid, and we'll do the same thing, grid template rows, subgrid. And we're going to set the grid column to be starting at 1, and we want it to end at the end. So maybe we'll just do it like this, -1. And I guess we don't need to set the row since it's going to, by default, just add it to the next row. So let's see if this works if we just delete the grid template rows. Okay, that looks fine. So one less line of code. All right, so look at that. We have pretty much our desktop layout working pretty well. So let's reduce the viewport just to see how things change. So this is kind of a smaller desktop. And this is kind of like a iPad width. I might change this to the rectangular image a bit sooner because it's taking up a lot of vertical real estate here for the iPad, if you see that. So let's change that. So it's going to be in the picture, in the source. So we had initially set it to minimum width of 1024 pixels. So I think maybe we want to set it to maybe 900, and we should also probably change that to EMs. Let's just try this to see how it looks. Actually, I wanted to change the desktop at smaller width, so maybe let's try 700. Okay, so I think that's better. It doesn't take up quite as much real estate, and I'm pretty sure I cannot use any of my SAS stuff in the index.html. So we're going to do some math. So 700 pixels divided by 16, which is the default browser-based font size, 43.75 EMs. Let's just make sure this works. Okay, looks good. So let's go back down to kind of an iPhone width. This is kind of a tablet width, or let's do that. And then once we get to laptop, then we have our full desktop layout. Awesome, that looks pretty good. Let's just kind of polish our styles a bit. I think everything matches the design pretty much. We just need to add some space under this paragraph here. Let's see how much space there is. So 30 pixels pretty much. So I'm going to do this with some margin. So this is going to be the description, the paragraph in the description. And we could also, this might be overkill, but if you wanted to, you could make this, say, a grid or flex parent. So let's say display flex, flex direction, column, so they're under each other, justify content, start. Oh, that's because it was initially going to be a grid child. Why is the button not... Oh, because it's a column, so it's align items, I think. There we go. And now we can add gap. So the gap's going to be 30 pixels. So now we can also do a space between. So then get rid of that gap. So now basically the button's going to be aligned to the bottom of wherever this is, which, you know, I think might look good for the design. Let's see how things look if we get rid of it. And then if you don't want to do that, which it does seem a little bit like overkill, we could simply go into the feature description and add margin block end of 30 pixels to add space under the paragraph. So I think that's a bit easier. So it's going to be feature description and then paragraph. So again, I'm going to be a little bit lazy, and instead of creating another class, I'm going to go down to feature description and just nest a paragraph tag selector in there. So you rem 30. Okay, so that honestly looks pretty good to me. I think the only thing we might want to do is add more space under the top part. And so the easiest way to do this might actually just be to add something like padding block start of, I guess it was 70 pixels or something, so like 40 pixels. So now there'll be about 71 pixels of space between the items, because we had 30 pixels of padding on the main grid, and then we're going to add 40 pixels of padding to the blog just to pad that out. So this will only be for desktop styles. So going back to the blog, in our styles, we'll say 40 pixels and we'll do our rem function. Cool. So this looks pretty good. Let's just check one more time how things look on different devices. Looks good. This is kind of a iPad level here. And then as we continue, it goes to the desktop. Okay, so that is the responsive layout for the main content using subgrid, which I think, again, is a new feature that's just so helpful, so that you don't have to repeat some of the things in nested grids. So next up, we need to do the top navigation and the hamburger menu. All right, so let's check out the design to see what we need to do for the top navigation and the hamburger menu. Now for desktop, we have the site logo on the left and then the navigation links on the right. And if we go over to mobile, we have, again, the logo on the left, and then on the right, we have the hamburger menu icon. And then if you click the hamburger menu, it's going to open up, and there's also going to be an overlay that gets put on top of the rest of the website. So to start, let's export the images that we need. The hamburger icon, and then the X close button. So I'm going to zoom in on the mobile, and let's select the hamburger. And then in the right sidebar, I'm going to go down to the export panel and export it as an SVG. And then I'm going to do the same thing with the close button. All right, so let's go into our File Explorer now. And this is the downloads folder, so I'm going to select both of those, copy, and then here we have our project folder, and I'm going to put this in with the other images. So it's going to be in the public subfolder and then the image folder. So we'll paste those there. And I might just make hamburger lowercase just for the sake of being a bit more consistent with my naming. There we go. Okay, well, that's fine. So if we're looking again at the designs between mobile and desktop, the mobile hamburger menu is definitely going to be more complicated than the desktop navigation because the desktop just has links. With mobile, you have the whole hamburger menu, and we're going to have to write the logic using JavaScript for that. And also the styles themselves, I think, are also more complicated. So let's start building the desktop version first because this is going to be quicker to, complete. And just looking at the design, we're going to want to either use Flexbox or Grid to lay out the logo on the left and the links on the right. I'm going to use Flexbox because, we don't really care about making the content conform to a specific grid template, with columns of a specific size. We really just want to fit everything on one row with logo on the left, links on the right. So I think that Flexbox is going to be the simplest way of doing that. So let's go into VS Code and take a look at the markup. So right now, all the navigation content is in the header tag. And the header has two children. We have the anchor link for the logo, and then we have the nav tag, which contains the unordered list with all of the navigation text links in it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the header tag itself the flex parent. So in our styles, let's go to the header.scss file. And the header tag has the class of header, so we can write our styles for the header tag under the header class selector. And since this is for desktop styles, I'm actually going to put them all in a media query, and we can just reuse this one here that we used for the logo. So here we have our desktop media query. So first off, we're going to turn the header into a flex parent by adding display flex. So now you can see on their website, we have Maybe I'll zoom in a little bit. So now you can see on our website, we have the links. Or actually, this is still mobile. So we kind of have to do this for desktop. Okay, so we made the header a flex parent. So now the logo and the links are on the same row next to each other. And I want to make the links all the way on the right. So what I can do is, since the links are the direct children of the header tag in the nav tag, we can actually do this by setting justify content and set it to space between, which means all extra space is going to be put between the child elements. So let's save that. And now you can see we have the links all the way on the right and the logo still on the left. However, we also want the links themselves to all be on one row. So this means that we want the parent of all the text links to be another flex parent. So we can go into the index.html file, and you can see that each link is an anchor tag, but they're enclosed in a list item tag. So this makes the parent of each of the links the unordered list, the UL tag. So this is what we want to be our flex parent just for the links. And let's give it a class so we can target it more easily in our styles. So I'm going to say class, and let's say header underscore underscore links plural versus the individual header link for the anchor tag. So let's go into our header at the SCSS file, and I'm going to add a new selector for this UL header links under here. And I'm going to, I think, also add the media query here, because this is all links on one row is what we just want for desktop, not for mobile. So let's add display flex and save. And then now we can see the links are all in one row. And of course, we do need to add some space. So let's see how much space we have in the design. So in the links, if I select one of the links, it's 40 pixels of space. So about 40. So we can add that with a gap property. So gap, and we'll say urem 40. All right. So now we have all the links in one row. However, we also need to make this look a little bit less cramped by adding some space above and below the header. So again, let's go back to Figma to see how much space we need to add. So in Figma, the tallest item in the top navigation is the logo. So you can see if we select the links and the logo is obviously taller than the links. And it looks like we have about 90 pixels of space on the top and then 55 pixels of space on the bottom. So what I'm going to do is, because we're adding space between the child elements to the edge of the parent, I like adding space using padding as opposed to margin, because I use margin just to add space between sibling elements that are on the same level. If you use margin to add space between a child and the parent, you could potentially cause margin collapse, which you don't really want. So anyway, I'm going to use padding to add the 90 on top and 55 on the bottom of space in the header. So up in the header tag, and again, this is for desktop, so I think I'm going to just add it inside the media query, and we're going to add space on top and bottom by using padding block, which is a really helpful property that you can set just the vertical space. So we're going to say urem 90 on top and then urem 55 on the bottom. So let's save that. All right, so now it looks pretty good. It looks a lot closer to the design. So next up, we do need to add some hover states for the links, not only in the top navigation, but also in the rest of the website. Most of these headlines here and also the button, they are all links. So we need to add the different hover states for them. And if you go back to Figma, Front Inventory is really great. And under the desktop frame, they have another one called Desktop Active. And this tells you the different styles for the links when you hover over them. So we can see that in the top navigation, the links change from gray to this red color here. And then in the main features section, the Read More button, it was red originally, and now it is black I guess that really dark blue, almost black color for the background color. And then in the news section, the headlines change from white to yellow. And in the blog section, the headlines change from black to red. So let's start with the top nav link colors. So if we go into our index.html file, we want to just find the right selector for those links. And the links have a class of header link. So in our header.scss file, we want to go down to the header link selector, and we want to add a pseudo class for the hover state for the link. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add this under our desktop media query. So ampersand to indicate that it's going to be on the actual header link element, then a colon and hover for the hover pseudo class. So here we're going to change the color. So up here we have the color is set to var C blue. So I'm just going to copy and paste that. And I'm going to change the color name to red. So let's save that and test it on the website. And it looks like it is working pretty well. Okay, so next up is the read more button. Now these styles are going to be in the feature.scss file since it's in the feature section of the website. So we want to go down to the feature button, which is at the bottom. And again, we're going to add a pseudo class for hover. And then in here, we're going to change the background color. So it's initially red, but we're going to change it to that really dark blue, almost black color, which is sea blue. So we save. Now when we hover over the button, it has changed colors. Okay, next up is the news section. So we want to change these headline colors. And this should be in the new.scss file. And this is the new __ title selector. So again, we'll just do the same thing, hover, and we're going to change the color from yellow to, let's see what color that was. Sorry, from white to yellow. Wait a second. Oh, I'm sorry. The title is for the new title, so this is not correct. But let's just cut that, and then we want to go down to the headline, which is where it actually is supposed to be. So yeah, it's originally white. Now it's going to change to yellow. So let's save that. And looks pretty good. And the last one is going to be in the blog section for the headlines there. So in the blog.scss file, this is headline. It looks like the selectors are slightly different. We had it in an anchor tag inside the blog headline class selector. So we'll just add it here. And we want to change the color from the dark blue to red. All right. And it looks pretty good. So we have the colors for all the hover states working. And there's one last touch that I usually try to do when I change the colors on hover states, and that's to add some animation so the color change just looks kind of smoother. And I should be able to add the animation, which we'll be using in a transition style for all anchor links in our global styles. And it should be able to affect all of the links that we've just added hover states to. So in our global.scss file, in our anchor tag selector, what I'm going to do is I want to animate two properties, the color property for the text color, and then the background color property, which we use in the read more button. And usually I'm going to use the shorthand transition property to set all the transition values that I want. Unfortunately, if you want to animate multiple properties like we are here, you need to use the individual transition property to list all the properties separated by a comma. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first add the transition shorthand property. And in it, we're going to set the duration of the animation, which is 150 milliseconds, which is a bit quicker. And then the timing property, which is kind of the speed or the acceleration of the animation. So I like to use ease in out. And by itself, this is actually going to default to animating all CSS properties. And I try not to do that because I think it's not quite as performant. And also could potentially cause some unintended conflicts. So under the transition property, we're going to add transition property, and we want to set it to the color, comma, background color properties. So let's save. And now on the website, you can see that the color change is in a more smooth animation style. And let me show you what we did in our styles and how that affects the website. So I'm inspecting the feature button, and we can see the hover state styles. I don't know what that is for, maybe something else. We can see that the anchor tag has the transition properties that we added. So the transition shorthand property that we had here, you can see that initially it sets transition property for all properties, but we're taking advantage of the CSS cascade and adding another style after it, transition property, and this is going to override transition property all with transition property color, background color. So knowing how to use a cascade, I think, is a pretty handy way of making sure, styles kind of override when you want them to, as opposed to using the, important thing keyword, which you shouldn't really do unless you really, really can't figure out a different way. But yeah, so I think that's actually it for the desktop version of a navigation. All right, so let's start working on the mobile menu. And I'm not gonna lie, this is gonna be a lot of work compared to the desktop top nav, just because of how complicated it is. So let's start by going to the index.html file. Now, hamburger menus are pretty challenging in and of themselves to build, but what is additionally challenging is making them accessible. I'm not an accessibility expert, but I did do a lot of research on how to make the hamburger menu accessible, meaning that it can be used easily by screen readers and keyboard-only users. One of my main sources for this is a course, Practical Accessibility, by Sarah Soidan, which I highly recommend, and I've also linked it down in the description. I was not paid or asked to say this, but I've just found the course extremely informative and very in-depth, and it's something that I definitely recommend for all developers. So let's look at our index.html file. Now, so far in the website for accessibility, there are a few things that I've done. The first thing is to try to use meaningful semantic tags instead of the generic tags for divs and spans everywhere. For example, the header tag and also the nav tag are considered more meaningful semantic tags. Using the nav tag for the navigation is good because screen readers are going to recognize this tag as a navigation, which is what's called a landmark. Landmarks are tags that are considered important parts of a website that screen readers can then use to navigate throughout the page. For example, the header tag, the nav tag, then also the main tag and the footer tag are all considered landmarks in your website. So anyway, going back to the nav tag, what we want to do first is to add the hamburger button. And we should use an actual button tag to do this so that screen readers and keyboard users can navigate to it and focus on it and then also press it. So in the nav tag, I'm going to add a button element. And we want to have the button inside the nav tag because screen readers can then navigate to the semantic tag landmarks like nav, and then they can see that there's a button there. So let's add our button. Now in the button, we're going to load the hamburger image, but we're going to do it not by loading an image tag, but by making this an inline SVG. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the public image folder, and I want to open the hamburger.svg file. And then I'm going to select all and copy all of the code and put it inside the button itself. And I'm also going to simplify the SVG code a little bit. You can see it is showing up now on the website. We don't need the G tag for group. And this is something that was from Figma because I had grouped them together in a layer. But all we really want is the SVG tag. And then inside the SVG tag, we have the rect tags, which are rectangles, which are used to make the lines. And maybe we'll zoom in a little bit more on the website so you can see. Now, since the SVG is just a visual part of the button, it doesn't actually have a function, we're going to hide it from screen readers so that they don't, read out the SVG, which could be a bit distracting. So in the SVG tag, I'm going to add a new attribute, and I'm going to say aria-hidden, and we're going to set this to true. So this is going to hide the SVG from screen readers, and so they'll basically ignore it. So let's fold up the SVG tag since we're kind of done with that for now. And let's add some classes to the nav elements so that we can target them in our styles. So for the nav tag itself, I'm going to give it a class of nav. Then in the button, I'm going to give it a class of nav __ open. Now also in the button, because we're going to be using JavaScript, I'm going to add an ID that we can use to target the JavaScript. And I'm going to set it to button open. And another thing we want to add is we want to add an attribute called aria-expanded and set it to false initially. So what this does is it's going to indicate to screen readers that the mobile menu which is controlled by this button, is going to be initially in the closed position, which is why we set aria-expanded to false. This is because, screen reader users can't see if the menu is visible or not, or they may not be able to see. So you want to give that information to the screen reader itself. And later on, we are going to add some JavaScript to change aria-expanded to true when you click the hamburger button to open the menu. But by default, it's going to be closed. And there also are some more attributes that I want to add that's going to help for screen reader navigation. So in the nav tag, I'm going to add aria-label, and we're going to set this to site. And this is going to add a little bit more context with this label for screen readers so that they'll know that this nav tag is for the site navigation. Another way you can add context aside from aria-label is you can use an existing element that has the descriptive text that you want to use as a label and use that as the label for another element by using the aria-labeled by attribute. For example, for the hamburger button, I want to add a label so that it's considered the navigation button for screen readers. So what I'm going to do is create a new element just for the label. So in the button, I'm going to add a span, and in it, I'm going to add the word navigation. Now, in order to label the button with this span, we have to add an ID to the span that we can then use in the button. So let's create an ID, and we'll set it to nav-label. Now in the button, we can add a new attribute, and I'm going to call this here aria-labeled by, and the value for this is going to be the ID of the label element. So we're going to set it to nav-label. Now in the button, the screen readers are going to actually read this as navigation button. And I think you might be able to see this if we right click and go to inspect accessibility properties. What this is doing is this is going to give you a layout of the different elements on the page. And we can see here that the navigation, which is the nav tag, has a name called site, and that's from the aria label that we added. In addition, the button has a name of navigation, and that's from the label that we added. And then we have the generic, which means this is the span tag, and that's also called navigation. But we want to hide that from screen readers because this is kind of, superfluous information that we don't need, since we're only using this span of navigation to label the button. So what we want to do is we want to hide that span from screen readers, and also we also want to hide it visibly from the website. So the way we can do this is we could set the span to display none in the styles, which would hide it from all devices, including screen readers. However, I think in cases like this, it might be easier and quicker to add an attribute to the span tag itself. And this is the hidden attribute. This accomplishes the same thing as setting it to display none, but I kind of like having this in the markup because it makes it just a little more clear just by looking at the markup that the element is not meant to be shown. It's really just used as a label. So now you can see on the website, the button only has a hamburger SVG and it doesn't have that navigation text anymore. And if we go back to the accessibility properties, we can see that in the navigation, the button just has a name navigation, and that generic span tag is not showing up anymore. We just have the list of the different links. So hopefully this helps explain some ways that you can just make your website more navigable by screen readers and other users. Also, an additional benefit of using another element like this span tag as a label is that if you want to reuse the navigation label as a label for other elements, we can actually do that same thing by putting the aria labeled by nav label on those other elements. So we are actually going to do that a little bit later on. Now, the last thing that we want to do for the button is we want to remove some of those default browser styles to get rid of the gray background and also that border that we see. And thinking ahead a little bit, we're also going to be using a button element for the close button. So ideally, to be a bit more efficient, we want to write some styles to hide these default button styles from any button that's in the nav or in the header. So for the hamburger menu and the button styles, I'm going to put all of these styles in a new Sass partial for the nav styles. So let's go to our Solution Explorer, and in the SCSS components folder, I'm going to create a new partial, and I'm going to call this _nav.scss to match the nav class that we have. And since we have a new partial, we need to forward it in our index.scss file. All right, so let's also copy our use app rule. And let's start writing our selectors. So I'm going to start with a nav class. This is our BEM block name. So let's also go into our index.html file and see what other elements we have. So we have nav. Then we have a nav open. So __ open. And now for the button styles that we want to use for both the hamburger button and also for the close button, which we're going to add later. I think sometimes I like targeting the element selector instead of a class because it kind of makes it easier to parse through the styles if we're coming back to look at this later. And you can just quickly look at them and understand that these styles are affecting all the buttons in the nav. Now, you can run into specificity issues if you're mixing class and element selectors, but if you keep your styles relatively organized and you're not using, a ton of nested classes or element selectors, then I think you'll be okay. So all that said, I like to put my element selectors before my class selectors, just as my own personal preference. So before the open class, I'm going to add a button tag selector. And in this, I'm going to add background none to get rid of that gray background color. And we're also going to set border to none to get rid of the border. So let's save. And now on the website, we can see that the border and the background color are gone. Now, the next thing we want to do is we want to add some markup for the actual mobile menu because we want to hide these links by default. And we also need to add the close button. And those will only be displayed if you click the hamburger button to open the menu. Now, ideally, we would like to use the same markup for both mobile and desktop versions of the navigation. I have seen sometimes for other websites that I've had to work on that sometimes you just kind of have to use two separate sets of markup for the mobile and desktop menu. It's just unavoidable sometimes just due to how, the website's set up. But when I can, I want to keep things efficient and only use one set of markup if possible. Okay, so in our nav, we have our hamburger button, and we also have the unordered list of links. Now, for a mobile menu, I'm going to enclose the header links inside of a div, and then I'm also going to put the close button in that same div. So the div is what we're going to hide and show based on, if the hamburger button has been clicked or not. So before the UL tag, I'm going to create a new div with a class of nav content. And let's move the unordered list inside that. And let's now create our close button. So I'm going to create a new button inside the div, and I'm going to give it an ID of button close to kind of match our button open class that we used for the open button. And let's also give it a class that we can target in our styles. So class of nav __ close. Now in the button, we do need to also add the inline SVG, kind of like we did for the hamburger button. So I'm going to open the left sidebar and again go into the public image folder, and we're going to open the close SVG. And then I'm going to select all, copy, and then paste it in the button element. And again, we're going to kind of simplify this markup from Figma. We don't need the G group tag, so we'll get rid of that. So all we have really is the SVG and then the rectangle shapes for the close button. Okay, so you can see we do have the close button, and it does not have those default button styles. So that means that our global styles for the button are working. So let's start styling the nav content div. We're going to worry about hiding and showing it later on. So let's just add all the styles for the menu as if it was open right now. So in our nav.scss file, we want to add a new class. We want to add a new selector for the nav content class. So after the open, I'm going to add nav content selector. So this nav content is really only going to be for mobile. It's not doing anything on desktop. So we want to add a media query so we can only target mobile. And let's check what breakpoint we've been using. So if we check the header, we're using a breakpoint of 1110 pixels. And I think previously I had used the rem function, but we actually want to use the em function because ems are better for media queries. So anyway, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to select the media query here and then go back to nav, and let's paste in our media query. And we do need to change it. So right now, what we copied from the header is targeting widths that are greater than 1110 pixels. And what we want to do is target the opposite. So if it's less than that, and we're going to just do less than without the equal sign, so there's no overlap. So now, if the target width is less than 1110 pixels, then these styles will go into effect. Okay, so we're ready to add these styles. Let's just save our changes so far. And we want to go to the design to see what styles we want to start adding. So here we have just the mobile design showing. So in the mobile menu frame here, we have the menu open view, and you can see it's taking up the entire viewport height, but it's not taking up the entire width. You know, there's about 120 pixels, let's say, of space on the left side. And that's what you can see, the overlay covering the rest of the website. Okay, let's also see how much space we need inside this menu between the edges and the content. And we'll set this again with padding. So I'm going to select all the content inside the menu. And if I hold down Alt, we can see there's varying widths, but let's kind of stay consistent with the spacing that we've seen elsewhere in the website. And it seems that most other places in the website are using 30 pixels of space. So I'm just going to keep it consistent, and I'm going to add 30 pixels of padding inside the nav content div. So remember that 30 pixels. And then there's also space between the close button and the links, and that's about 86 pixels down from it. So we can add that as well. Okay, so let's go to our website, and we have our mobile view turned on, and we're going to start adding our styles. So the first thing that you want to do when the menu is open, you want it to be fixed to the top of the viewport, no matter where you are in the website. And you also don't want to be able to scroll past the menu. So to do this, let's add position fixed. And this is going to take the nav content out of the normal stacking order of the document, and it's going to put it on top of anything else that's not fixed. So I can see it's kind of overlaid over the content on the website, which is that image. Now, when we're using position fix, we also want to position the menu in the viewport. And instead of using, top, right, bottom, and left and set all those to 0, we can use a shorthand property called inset, which is pretty handy. And I'm going to set it to 0 for top, 0 for right, and 0 for bottom. And remember, it was 120 pixels from the left side, so I'm going to say u.rem 120. And I also want to set a background color. So let's say background color, and we want to set it to the white color, so var c white. Okay, so now when we save, we have our menu. It's 120 pixels from the left, and it has a white background, and it is fixed, going all the way from the top to the bottom. And you can see it's taken out of the normal flow of the document because we can scroll the rest of the regular website content. So let's next position the close button to be aligned to the right side, because in the design, the close button's up here and the links are down a bit. So I'm going to add the selector for close after content, since it comes after the nav content div in the markup order. So I think the simplest way to align the X to the right is to set display block. And then we want to set the left margin, or margin inline start, which I'm trying to use these directional logical properties more. We're going to set this to auto. And what's cool about setting a margin to auto is it's essentially going to make the left margin as large as possible within the available width. So it ends up pushing the close button all the way to the right. It's almost like using a float, using the float property, which we used to do way back in the day for layout, which we don't need to anymore. But this setting a margin either left or right to auto is a really nice way of aligning content to the far left or right. And, we could also use flex or grid to align this to the right. And that would work fine too. But to do that, we'd have to add styles to the parent element. And since the close button's the only element in the nav content that we want to align like this, I think it's a bit cleaner just to keep the styles to align the close button within the nav close selector. All right, so let's see how this looks on the website. So we got our button here. It looks like there's a little bit of padding, if you can see that purple sort of space around the X. Let's look at layout. And yeah, it looks like there's a tiny little bit of padding, 1 pixel on top and bottom and 4 pixels on left and right. We don't have any rules setting padding, so I'm assuming that's going to be from the default browser styles for the buttons. So let's cancel those out as well in our global button styles. So back to global.scss. I'm sorry, it was actually in the nav button styles because we don't want to affect buttons outside the nav. So let's set padding to 0. And now on the website, it can see it shifted a tiny little bit. And now the button does not have any padding, which is great. Okay, let's also add that bottom margin to the close button. And that was supposed to be 86 pixels. So I'm going to say margin block end instead of margin bottom and set it to rem 86. And, if you're wondering, like, should we use, margin inline start or margin left or margin block end or margin bottom? I'm personally trying to use these logical properties more. But, the old margin bottom, it still works. It's not going anywhere. It's just really useful if you are, say, building a website that might need to be multilingual with some languages that might have a different direction that's different from left to right, which we use mostly in the Western world. So I'm personally trying to use these logical properties, but I think it's perfectly fine. And it's very valid to use, margin top, right, bottom, and left. So it's really up to you. The only time, again, you would probably might be easier for use if you are building a multilingual site. Okay, so close button I think looks pretty good. And let's I think for the text links for now, we do need to add some space between them. And we also want to add padding to the nav content itself. So maybe we'll add that padding here. So you rem 30. So now we have that padding. Okay, so the links I think need space between them. So let's check the design again. So there's 24 pixels of space between that. So these are for the header links. If we just double check that, yeah, the header links. So we want to maybe add these styles here in header links, or not maybe, we definitely have to add the styles here. And we had set display flex for desktop to put them all in one row, but it might actually be useful to use flex for mobile also, just so we can use the gap to add the space. So what we want to do is we want to turn on flex for mobile too. This is going to add them, it's going to make the links all displayed on one row. So for mobile, we're going to say flex direction column, and this will make them vertical. And then we want to add a gap of 24. And then of course we want to add a flex direction for desktop, because right now they're going to be like this. So we want to change the flex direction to be row for desktop. Okay, so there we go. We do have these buttons showing, but we will fix that a little bit later on. And in terms of being efficient, I guess technically you could, instead of having a width greater than 1110 pixels, you could do it the other way around so that the desktop styles are going to be default. And then you don't have to explicitly say flex direction row. But I don't know. I think that since we're already using the same media query elsewhere in the header styles, I think this might be slightly, it might just be fine to use the same one. But I guess if you're just curious, I can show you what I mean by setting it the other way. So let's do this. So this is just going to target mobile styles here. And then we're going to copy the mobile styles. And we're going to get rid of this. So now it's default outside of the media queries, it's going to be for desktop styles. And then we're going to have mobile styles in the media query. So you can see here, everything looks fine. The gap is still working and they are in a column. If we change to laptop, you can see now that it's going back to everything in one row. So this one's nice because you only have to set flex direction. Actually, you don't need to do this for desktop because flex direction by default is row. So this is one less line of styles because you don't have to say flex direction row for desktop. You just have to change the flex direction for mobile. So this is one line less of code, but if you did it the other way around, I don't think it would be that big of a deal because it's just one line. Okay, so let's go back to the iPhone. So the menu looks pretty good. The last thing that we want to add for the mobile menu is the overlay that's going to be semi-transparent and cover the rest of the page content. So in Figma, if we look at the overlay, oops, I think this is the overlay. Yeah, so in this rectangle, which is the overlay, it is colored dark space blue. And then up here, you can see it's 50% opacity. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a div for the overlay and set the background color to that dark blue, almost black, and then set the opacity to 50%. Now, there are a few different ways you could build the overlay. Like I said, I'm going to use a div. You can also add a box shadow to the nav content that can simulate an overlay, and that would also work. The other way you can also do it is set the overlay instead of in a separate div. You can set it in a pseudo element like the before pseudo element of this nav content div. However, I've read that content in pseudo elements can be kind of confusing for screen reader users. So I'm just going to play it safe and create the overlay in a separate div. So let's go to VS Code. So in our index.html, let's fold up the header link since we don't really need it. I'm going to create the div after the nav content div. And we're going to give it a class of nav __ overlay. And we're just going to leave this div blank with no content. However, since the overlay is purely decorative, it's really just for users who are browsing the web visually. There's no actual information in this, so I'm going to actually hide it from screen readers by setting aria hidden equals true. So this is just a little extra thing you can do so that screen readers don't have to, see this div, and it might take a bit longer to go through the website. So let's add our styles for the nav overlay. So nav, and I'll add it after the close. Overlay. So with the overlay, we want to set the background color to be that blue color. So var c blue. And we also want to have it be fixed, kind of like the menu itself. So position fixed. And again, we're going to set inset to 0. And this is going to be 0 for all directions because it is covering the entire viewport. So let's save and just see how it looks. Okay, so the background color is working and it is covering everything, including it's on top of the menu, which of course we don't want. This is happening, I believe, because in our index.html file, in the markup, the nav overlay is coming after the nav content. And in the browser, it's going to put elements that come later on in the markup order on top of them in the stack. So we could fix this by adding a z index to nav content and setting it to, like any number. Let's just try this, z index 1. You can see now the menu's on top of it. However, we could also just fix this in the HTML without having to add this style, which I think I like a little bit better. So let's just delete the z index. And now it's covered. And so instead of this, we're going to change the order. So we're going to move this nav overlay, and we're going to move it before nav content. So let's do that. Oops. So now that nav overlay comes first, and since both it and nav content are fixed, the nav content is going to be on top of the overlay since it now comes after the overlay. We also want to add that 50% opacity. So in the nav, you could do it by, if we had an HSL format here, we could change the opacity by using the fourth parameter for HSL. So HSLA, A is for alpha, which controls the opacity. But, we're using this blue CSS custom property. And I think that it might just be easier to just set opacity on the whole thing. So let's set opacity to 0.5, and now you can see it is semi-transparent. So this is pretty much what we want the menu to look like when it's open. But initially, of course, on the website, this menu is going to be closed. So what we need to do is we want to hide both the mobile menu and the overlay in our styles so that they have an initial being hidden. And then we are going to use JavaScript to, change the styles to not be hidden when you click to open the menu. So if we look at the design, what I think I want to do is to slide the menu in from the right and then fade in the overlay. So let's start by making the overlay faded out. So I'm going to set the initial opacity to 0. So I'm going to change the opacity 0.5 to 0. And since opacity is a CSS property that is safe to animate, we're going to add some transition styles to the overlay so that it fades in and out nicely instead of just, suddenly blinking in and out. So we're going to use that transition shorthand property. And the property we want to animate is opacity. And then the transition duration, or how long the animation lasts, let's try 300 milliseconds. And then transition timing, again, I like to use ease in, out. So let's save. And we can actually test this really quick. So if I change the opacity to 0.5, if you look at the website, you can see it's fading in. And then back to 0, it's fading out. So I think it looks pretty good. We can always tweak things later if we want. Now for the menu itself, which is the nav content div, to slide things out, we can use the translate property. The translate property used to be part of the transform property, but now they've broken out all the different transform, properties that you would set in the value to their own properties. So translate lets you control the positioning of the element. Like opacity, it is a property that's safe to animate. You do need to be careful what properties you animate. You really should mainly stick to opacity and transform because the browser can animate them without causing some performance issues, which can make the animation look slow or kind of janky. Also, you don't want to animate positions that will affect the, how the content sits on the page, because that can kind of also look weird. So opacity and transform is really what you should kind of be sticking with for transitions. So to move the menu off screen to the right, I'm going to set translate. And let's set it to 100 VW. This means horizontally, it's going to be moving to the right 100% of the viewport width, which is the entire width of, our screen. And then I'm going to set 0 for the second parameter, which is the vertical movement, and we don't want it to move up or down. So we only want to move it to the right off screen. And we also want to make this animation smooth as well. So let's set transition again. And let's try, so we want to animate the translate property. Let's try maybe a bit slower. So let's try 500 milliseconds or 0.5 seconds. Ease in, out. There we go. So you can see it kind of moved like that, which is pretty good. We can test it by setting translate to 0. So now you can see it slid in, and that looks pretty good, I think. Okay, so we have the sort of open and closed style states for the hamburger menu. Now let's finish up the layout of the header for mobile and also for desktop. You can see this mobile header does not look like what it looks like on the design. So for mobile, we need to put the hamburger on the right side of the screen, and we also need to add some padding for the header. So let's look at the design. So if we go back to the menu closed version, if I select the content in the mobile header and hold down Alt, it looks like there's, we'll round up again, 30 pixels of space on the top and then about 30 pixels of space on the bottom. So we can add that. In the header, for desktop, we'd added padding block of 90 and 55. So we can do the same thing in our default styles, which is going to be for mobile, and set padding block to UREM 30. And this will add 30 pixels of space of padding on top and bottom, just for mobile. Okay, looks pretty good. Okay, so now that we have our spacing, let's put the logo on the left and the hamburger on the right. And again, we do have some layout styles in the desktop styles. You can see we used Flexbox. So I think I am going to use Flexbox on mobile too. So I'm just going to move that into our mobile styles so it can be used there too. And then I think justify content space between also can be used for both mobile and desktop. So let's save and just make sure this looks good. Okay, so this looks pretty close to the design. Let's just test our desktop styles to make sure we didn't mess anything up. And if we just ignore the buttons for now, I think the layout looks good. We have all the links in one row. Okay. Now for desktop, we do need to hide the hamburger buttons. So let's see how we can do that. So if we inspect this, okay, looks like we are only able to click into the nav overlay. So this is because we did put the overlay on top of everything, so you can't actually click through it to click on either of these buttons, which is not good. Yeah, you can see even the links, like you can't click on them. So what I think I'm going to do is I want to hide the overlay by default. So let's go into the nav.scss file, go down to nav overlay, and I'm going to set display none. So now, okay, so now we can click on the links and we can inspect the buttons. So we will switch the overlay to display block via JavaScript when we open that menu, but by default we're going to have it be display none. So to hide the buttons, I think what we can do is again add some styles to our nav button selector, and I think we can just set display none. So then both buttons are going to be hidden by default. So let's do that. So in the nav button selector, we're going to set display none. Oh, and that should be for desktop. So let us copy our desktop media query from over here, and we'll add there, and we'll add display none there just for desktop. Okay, so now you can see on desktop the buttons are not visible, but if we switch to mobile, then they are visible, which is pretty great. So I don't know if you noticed this, but you can see the menu is kind of like sliding every time we reload the website. It's not really ideal. This is happening, I think, because of the transition that we added, where we have the translate of 100, off screen for mobile, but because it's not happening for desktop, it's just like animating out of screen every time we reload the website, which is, again, not really ideal. So I think I might also have to hide the nav content menu on mobile. And again, just like the overlay, we can unhide it using JavaScript when the menu is opened. So let's set display none. Okay, so now when we reload the website, you can see it's reloading. The menu's not doing that weird slidey thing. So I think our styles are pretty good in terms of the mobile menu. So next up, we're going to start writing our JavaScript to get the hamburger menu to start working. All right, so for our JavaScript, here's what we want to happen. So when you click on this hamburger button on mobile, it's going to open the menu. And then when you click on the close button, it will close the menu. Sounds simple, right? Well, there's actually some more complicated parts of this functionality. Some of it involves making the hamburger menu accessible for screen readers and keyboard-only users. And we also need to fine-tune the animations to make sure everything goes smoothly and happens in the order that they're supposed to. So let's start out with the basics. So when we click the hamburger button, we want the overlay to fade in, and we want the menu to slide in from the right. So if you remember, the hamburger menu has the ID of button open that we added up here. So it has the ID of button open, and then the close button has the ID of button close. So we are going to use those as hooks to make the functionality of the menu work. So what we're going to do is we're going to, when you click the hamburger button, change its ARIA expanded value from false, which we set already by default in the markup, to true. And then we're going to use that ARIA expanded true attribute value to change the styles for the nav content. So let's start in our main JavaScript file. And this is in the root of the project. We want to first create a new constant called button open. So it's going to be the same name as the ID, and we want to set it to the button open element. So document query selector button open. And then for the button open element, we want to add an add event listener function, and we want to have it listen for a click event. And then when it is clicked, I want to run a function that I'm going to create. I'm going to call it open mobile menu. So let's create this function. I'm going to put it after the constant and before the button open event listener. So let's write function open mobile menu. And then in this function, I just want to kind of test how it's going to work. And we're going to add a little console log message and just say open menu. Okay, so let's save. And now on our website, let's open the DevTools. I'm going to go to the console tab up here. So here we have the console, and let's click the hamburger menu, and open menu works, which is good. So now let's go back to our code, and we're going to add some more stuff in our open mobile menu function. So in this function, we want to change the status of our button open button to aria expanded. So I'm just going to leave the console log message just to make testing a bit easier. And under it, we're going to go to button open, and we're going to change the attribute. So you can do this with the set attribute function. And in this method, we will say aria expanded, which is the attribute you want to change, comma, and then set it to true. And sorry, we do need quotes around the true because this is just a string that's getting added in the HTML. It's not an actual Boolean true used in programming. So let's save that. And when I'm coding stuff or building stuff, whether it's JavaScript or in the styles, I try to check and make sure each individual change actually works before moving on. Because I could try to code everything, but then if things aren't working, I will have to do a lot of detective work to figure out what's not working. So I think it's easier to just go step by step in the code and check, every step that you take. So again, let's go to our console, and I'm going to open the menu. So now you can see it's open. If we go back to the button, we can see that the aria expanded is indeed set to true, which is pretty awesome. Okay, so now that we have set aria expanded to true, we can use this attribute in our styles. So in the nav.scss file, I'm going to go to the nav open selector, which is the open button. And I'm going to, in this selector, we're going to target the aria expanded attribute. So what we can do is, there's no style in here, so I might actually just add the attribute to the actual selector. So you can use square brackets to target an attribute. So in the square brackets, we'll say aria expanded equals, and then true in quotes. And okay, prettier, change it to single quotes, which is fine. And when the aria expanded is true for the button open, which is when this button is aria expanded true, we want to affect the nav overlay and the nav content. So we can do that by using the general sibling selector for both. You can use the direct sibling selector only for the overlay because it's the direct sibling of the button. But we can use the general sibling overlay to affect both styles. So I think that's fine. So in the button open aria expanded true, I want to use the general sibling selector and target nav content. And then in this nav content selector, I want to slide the menu in from the right side. So you can see in the default nav content styles down here, if you remember, we'd set translate to 100 VW, which puts it off screen to the right. So to change that, when the menu's open, we're going to set translate to 0. So let's save and then see how it looks on the website. So I'm going to go back to the dev tools and let's reload the website. So you can see array expanded is now false. And let's click the hamburger button. Okay, nothing happened. The menu does not open, so let's see what's going on here. So the nav content. Okay, so you can see that the nav overlay and the nav content are both kind of grayed out. This means that they are not visible. And if you remember, we did add that display none rule to our nav content and also nav overlay because we didn't want them to, block things from being clicked, and also to fix that weird sort of sliding animation whenever you reloaded the site. So, let's just kind of uncheck this display none for nav content so you can see it is working and it is visible. However, because it's switching from, no translation with display none, there's not going to be that animation time. So what we need to do is we want to add display block to the nav content when either when the device is mobile or if we're switching from desktop to mobile, because let me just show you. If we go to a desktop and go back to mobile, then actually let's reload the page. So I'm unchecking the display none. So if you go to desktop, you see the nav, which is fine. Then if you go to mobile, you can see you switch between desktop and mobile. You have that weird animation. So what we want to do is add a little bit of logic to when this display none gets added, so that if the device is mobile or if we switch from desktop to mobile, then you add display block to the styles. So let's add that logic in our JavaScript. And honestly, there are probably other things that we're going to need to do when we kind of initialize the markup or the styles, depending on if it is mobile or desktop. So fortunately, we do have a way in JavaScript to detect when the viewport goes from desktop to mobile or vice versa. So anytime it changes and crosses that breakpoint, we can fire an event. So we can use this. We can do this by using the window.matchMedia function. And this lets you detect if the current state of the window matches a media query condition. So let's grab that media query that we've been using in the nav content div. We are going to copy our media query. So I want to copy the width of less than 1110 pixels and including the parentheses, because you do need to include the parentheses in the JavaScript. So then let's just actually test this in the browser first. So in our console, let's clear our console. I'm going to write window.matchMedia. And then in the parentheses, I'm going to add quotes and paste in our media query. So then after this function, we can say dot matches. And if we press enter, it says, oh, false. I think it's because we can't use our EM function. So we'll just say 1110 pixels. So now it is true. And then if we go back to desktop and run it again, it is false. So we can't unfortunately use our Sass function in our JavaScript, but I'm going to convert the 1110 to EMs. So we can do that if we say 1110 divided by 16. So 69.375. So let's do this. It's going to be 69.375 EMs. So just kind of double check. Let's go back to mobile. Okay, so that's pretty good. So let's copy that and then go back to our JavaScript code. And let's save that media query as another constant. So I'm going to say const, and let's just call this media. And I'm going to set it to the window match media function. And I'm not going to do the matches. So now we can test if this is going to be true or false. And we can also fire an event anytime this breakpoint is crossed when your window viewport changes. So under the button open add event listener, let's add another one, and we'll say media dot add event listener. And this event we're listening for is called change. So you can see it actually tried doing that. And then when it gets triggered, we want to run a function with the argument E for event. Then in the function, we're going to test and make sure this is working with another console log message. And let's just write window match media change equals, and then we want to return the e.matches. This will tell us if it's true or false. Okay, so let's just save and try this out on the website. So let's clear out our console. So now let's start with the iPhone width and then just drag it out until we hit that desktop breakpoint. Cool. So now you can see we have our desktop design with the top nav, and the window match media is set to false, which means it does not match our media query, which was to be less than 1110 pixels. So this is greater than 1110 pixels, which is why it is false. So now if we go back to mobile, now it's true. So now it does match. So this is really nice because it only fires when it crosses that threshold. All right, so let's clear this out, and going back to our JavaScript, we want to initialize some mobile nav stuff if the website first gets loaded on a mobile device. And then we also want to initialize the mobile stuff if it changes from desktop to mobile. And we probably are also going to want to do the same thing for desktop. So let's create a function to initialize the nav. So under the open mobile menu function, I'm going to create a new function. I'm going to call it setup nav. And I am going to use the E argument to get the event information from our Windows media match thing. So in the function, we want to check if we are on mobile or desktop. So for this condition, we'll set an if statement, and then if e.matches. So if it's true, this will be mobile. And then I'll just add a comment just so we remember this is mobile. And then after that, we'll add an else and add another comment for is desktop. Okay, so let's also make these console log messages. Okay. And since we have these new console log messages, I think we're just gonna get rid of this. And instead of the console log, we now want to run setup nav with the event information. So we're passing the event info to the setup nav function. All right, let's save. And again, we'll delete this. So now, right now we're on technically mobile. So let's drag this out until we hit that desktop breakpoint. And now it tells us it is desktop. And if we go back to mobile, it tells us it is mobile, which is great. Okay, so our media query detection and functions are working. So now we can add in, all the logic and everything we want the function to run when things are mobile or when things are desktop. All right, so the whole reason we started all this is because we want to set the nav content to be display block instead of display none if we're on mobile, so that the animated transition actually, works as a animation. So in our setup nav function, in our mobile condition, we need to access the nav content div. So let's just create another constant for that. So we'll say const, call it nav content, and we're going to set it to document query selector nav _ content. Okay. Now in our mobile condition, we're going to add nav content, and then we can add some inline styles via JavaScript by saying .style dot, and then add, style. For some reason, VS Code is not detecting that. And then write our property name, which is going to be display. Then we're going to set it to block. Now let's save and see if this works. So now on our website, let's go back to iPhone, make it a little bit bigger. And if I inspect the hamburger and go to the nav content div, let's reload. And it looks like it does not have, this is not working. Not sure what I did here. Let's see. So document query selector nav content dot style dot display, and can we set this to block? Okay, so it has set to display block. So I'm not sure why this is not working. Let's just go back to VS Code. Make sure nav content is having the right query selector, which it looks like it is. And I'm just going to paste what we had from our browser since that is working. So document query selector nav content, which is nav content, dot style dot display equals block. So that is working. Oh, it's because I need to run a setup nav initially just by itself, because right now this is only getting run if the Windows Media Match thing happens and we cross over that breakpoint. So let's run setup nav. I think media. There we go. Okay, so now let's go back here. So now nav content, if we reload the page, it is set to display block. However, it is still, you can see that animation, the tail end of it, which we don't want. So I think we're going to have to set a little bit of a delay on that. But we also want to, let me just first set some logic to remove the display block if it's on desktop. So let's do this first. So if it's desktop, we want to set display to just an empty string. So it's going to remove a display block, and then it'll kind of revert back to the CSS styles of display none for desktop. Okay, so let's just make sure that works. So nav content set to display block because we are on mobile. If we drag this out and go to desktop, then you can see that the display block style has now been removed. And if you go back to mobile, display block style is added back in. So that part works. So yeah, let's get rid of that weird animation thing by delaying when display block is added until after the transition is over. So if we go back to our styles, the nav content, the transition we set to 500 milliseconds, which is 0.5 seconds, half a second. So in the mobile condition, what we're going to have to do is add a delay using set timeout. And in it, we're going to run an arrow function. And then in here, we need to add a delay amount after the curly brackets. And let's just set to 500 milliseconds. And then we're going to move the nav content style display block inside this set timeout. Okay, so let's save that. Now the website's reloaded. I didn't see the animation, but let's kind of make sure. So we have the display block here, and let's reload our page on mobile. So now you can see there's a slight delay when this inline style is getting added, which is perfect. So we don't see that animation anymore. So, okay, so we've reloaded on mobile. Let's click the hamburger menu button to open. And it looks like it is actually opening, which is pretty awesome. So the other thing we need to do for opening is we want to fade in that overlay. And you can see in the markup view here, the nav overlay also was display none. So we can use some similar things to show it, which will then allow it to fade in. So the overlay has a class of nav overlay. So in our JavaScript, we're going to add another constant. It's going to duplicate the nav content, and let's call this nav overlay. And then it's going to query selector nav overlay. Now for the overlay, in order for it to actually fade in, we need to change the opacity, which we had initially set at 0, opacity of 0. We need to change that to opacity 0.5. So let's add these styles for that opacity of 0.5 for the overlay in the same place that we added the nav content, getting translated back to on viewport positioning. So we're just going to add another general sibling selector and just say nav overlay. In this, we're going to say opacity is 0.5. Okay, so let's save that. Okay, so let's test this to make sure the style is happening. So back on our mobile website, click the hamburger button to open. So that doesn't seem to be working. Let's see what's going on here. So nav overlay. Oh, we forgot to set it to display block. Let's just test the styles really quick. So set it here, and then we're going to set display block. So it looks pretty good. So let's do the same thing in our JavaScript to change the overlay to style block for mobile. So I'm going to duplicate that line, and then we'll change overlay to style display block. All right. So let's try this again. So I'm going to inspect the stuff so we can see. So we can see now it is also display block, which is good. And let's click the hamburger button. And nothing's happening. Let's inspect this really quick. Okay, so the same thing's happening where the nav overlay is covering over everything. So we want the overlay to be on top of things, but we need to be able to click through the overlay when it's not visible. So we could, add another delay for the display block until the open button's actually clicked. But I think we can actually fix this in our styles, which might be a little bit easier. So in our nav.scss file, in the nav overlay selector, we can prevent users from being able to click on the overlay itself, which means you can essentially click through it and click events that are, technically under it in the stack. So if we set pointer events to none, now we can't click on the overlay, so we can then click through it to the hamburger button. So let's check this out again. So you can see the overlay set to display block. Oh, and there we go. So now it is working where we have the hamburger button, when you click it, it loads overlay and it loads the menu, which is pretty awesome. Okay, so I think the open button logic is working pretty well. So let's also get the close button working. So the close button, if you remember, we gave it an ID of button close. So we can use that to target it in our JavaScript. So let's go back to VS Code. And in our main.js file, we're going to create a new constant for a close button. So I'm just going to duplicate the button open and change this to button close and change the query selector to also button close ID. Now, similar to our button open add event listener, we're going to do the same thing for the button close. So again, we're going to duplicate this and add a button close add event listener and a click event. And instead of open mobile menu, let's create a new function called close mobile menu. So let's go up to open mobile menu, which is here. And again, I'm going to duplicate that. And then we'll name this one close mobile menu. And then we'll update the console log. And then we're going to basically do the opposite of what we did in open mobile menu. So we're going to set aria expanded to false instead of true. And this should affect our styles, where the open styles are only if aria expanded is true. So it should reset back to default styles when it's false. All right, so let's check this out. So here's the button open, and this is what we are going to change with the aria expanded value. So if we click the hamburger button, aria expanded is true, and then the overlay and the menu, they show up, they get put on screen. So now let's click close, and it looks pretty good. Aria expanded is changed to false, and the menu and the overlay disappear. So that looks pretty good. So this is, the basic functionality of the hamburger menu. However, there are some more things that we can add to make the user experience better and to make it more accessible. So one thing that you usually want to do with hamburger menus is when it's open, you want to lock scrolling of the body, because right now you can scroll down the body and we don't really want that to be allowed. Because basically when the menu's open, you really only want the user to interact with the actual items in the menu. So what we can do is on the body tag, we can set overflow Y, so vertical overflow, to hidden. So now I'm scrolling up and down and the website isn't able to scroll. So unfortunately, we can't target the body tag using that aria expanded thing just because, it's on such a different level from the button. So I think the easiest way to target this is to actually add a class via JavaScript to the body tag when the menu is open. So maybe a class name like no scroll or something. So let's add the styles for the no scroll class. And the no scroll class is something that, I could maybe see needing to be reused. So instead of setting it just on the body tag, let's set it as a global class name. So then we can reuse it on different elements if we want. So after the last class, I'm going to add a new class, no scroll. And we're going to say overflow Y hidden. Okay, so now we have our class. So let's go into our JavaScript and we're going to add the class to the body tag. So again, we want to create a new constant for that. So let's duplicate the button open and I'm going to put the body tag at the top because it is the body tag. And then we'll change the query selector to body tag. Okay, so now we can add the class to the body tag when the mobile menu is opened. So on open mobile menu, let's load body, and we want to add a class. So what you can do is add class list dot add. Then in parentheses, we're going to add no scroll in a string. And, since we're here, we're pretty much just doing the reverse of whatever we do in open mobile menu in close mobile menu. So I'm going to copy that line, and instead of class list add, we say class list remove. Okay, so let's save, and the website's going to reload. Let's go back to iPhone view. So let's go back to our dev tools, and I want to monitor the body tag. So now when we click on the hamburger menu, we can see that the no scroll class has been added. We can see the overflow Y hidden rule, and if I try to scroll on the website, I cannot scroll. And now let's close, and the no scroll class has been removed. We don't have that overflow Y rule anymore, and we can now scroll down the website. Cool, so this is working pretty well. Now we want to improve on this basic functionality that we have just to make the user experience better for people who are using screen readers or keyboard only. So let me show you a couple of the problems that we have currently. In our JavaScript file, I'm going to add some, temporary test code, and it's going to tell us what element on the web page is currently being focused. So this is because for keyboard only users, they might use a tab key to navigate through focusable elements on the page, for example, like links, buttons, and other form elements. And screen readers can follow a similar path, will sort of follow a similar path because they only navigate the actual HTML markup, not whatever is actually shown on the page. So in our JavaScript file, I'm going to create a new event listener on the document, which is the whole web page. Add event listener, and we're going to listen for the key up event. And in this, we're going to run a function, and we need the event info. And in this, we want to, for the key up event, it fires every time you press and then release the key. So it's going to fire when the key that you pressed gets released. So when this happens, what we want to do is we want to return whatever the focused element is if we've used the tab key. So we don't want it to happen if, other keys are pressed. So let's add an if statement. And in here, we're going to add a condition for if the e.key is equal to tab. So then if this tab key is fired, then we'll, let's say, display a console log message, and we'll return document active element. So this is going to return the actual element in the markup that is focused or is active. So let's save. And then in our website, I'm going to load the DevTools console. Let's clear it out. And then in our web page, I'm going to press tab. So you can see now the logo is highlighted. It has that blue outline around it, which is a browser default. And the element is here. So then let's press tab again. And now I can see the button open is focused. So if I press tab again, just looking at the website, you would probably expect that the next element to get focused is this read more button because it's the next link on the website, right? However, let's see what happens when I actually press tab. It goes to the button close element, which is on the menu, which we can't see. And if I keep going, it's actually going to go through all of the different header links. So this is not ideal user experience because the menu is closed right now. So we don't want users to be able to interact with elements from the menu. So, if we do keep pressing tab, eventually we will highlight the read more button. But, even though there's only six links plus the close button on our menu, you can easily imagine some websites have gigantic mega menus with dozens of links, and having to tab through all of those is going to be pretty annoying. And screen readers can navigate the website in different ways. They're not just tabbing. For example, they can navigate through each H tag or through certain tags given a role called landmarks. I'm not going to get too much into this landmark thing, but you can see them if you go to inspect accessibility properties. So up here in the accessibility tab, this is an accessibility tree, which basically tells you, it kind of gives you an idea of how screen readers might navigate the page. So the top thing is the document, which is the whole website. Then up next is the banner, which is the header. You can see it's getting highlighted in the website. And if we expand the banner, we can see there's two items. So we have links, we have the homepage link, then we have the navigation button. So in the navigation, if we expand that, you can see there is a button, and this is actually the close button. Or actually, I think this is the hamburger button. I'm sorry. So this is the hamburger button, the navigation button. And then there is a generic element. And in here there is, and the generic element is the nav content. You can see here at the very bottom, it has the class of the element. And in the nav content, we have, of course, our close button. However, it is telling us a warning that it needs to have a label, kind of like how we labeled the open button. And then we have a list of the different links. So you can see the menu links, even though the menu is not visible, and screen readers can still detect the menu content. Now, under the banner, there is also a main landmark, which is everything in the main tag. And then if we had a footer tag on the website as well, the footer would show up here because it's also considered a landmark. So hopefully this all helps show you why it's so important to use semantic tags that have meaningful content, and using the proper semantic tag depending on what content it contains. Because if we used all generic divs for everything, screen readers would not be able to skip to the different landmarks to navigate the website like we can with what we have here. And aside from that, if we're hiding the hamburger menu visually, we should also make it not detectable by screen readers and keyboard users until the menu is actually opened. So what we want to do is we want to hide the nav content initially on mobile in our markup. And we can do this if we go to our index.html file and we go down to the nav content div. We can initially hide this by adding an attribute called inert. And this is going to make the nav content hidden from accessibility tools, from screen readers, and also from keyboard users. So I'm just going to show you really quick. If we inspect accessibility properties again, you can see up here in the banner, if we expand in the navigation, now there's only the button and this text sleeve, which is blank. So that means that the inert attribute that we added to the nav content is working, and it's making it not detectable in the accessibility tree. Now, what we want to do actually is we want to not add this in our HTML, but we want to add this in our JavaScript if we're on mobile. So in our main.js, let's go up to our setup nav function. And in the mobile condition, this is where we're going to add the nav content. We want to set attribute, and we want to set inert. And when we set something, we do need to set a value. So if we don't want to set it to anything, we'll just add an empty string. Okay, so now let's save. And if we inspect our website and go down to nav content, we can see that it has the inert attribute added. And if we go to laptop, let's reload. And now it does not have the inert. So let's go back to iPhone, and the inert attribute has been added. So we also probably want to remove the inert attribute for desktop. So let's go back to VS Code, and let's just copy this. And I'm going to maybe try to keep the order the same. So instead of set attribute, we want to say remove attribute, and we're going to remove the inert attribute. And the other thing we also want to do is we want to add the inert attribute again when the mobile menu is closed. So let's copy this. Here we go. So close mobile menu, we want to set attribute to inert, and we also probably want to remove it when the menu gets opened. Okay, so let's save that and check our code. So here's nav content, and let's just refresh so we just get that initial load. So now we are on mobile, so the inert attribute has been added. So now let's open, and now the nav content is no longer inert. If we close, it is inert. And then let's go to laptop, and I can see the inert attribute is not there anymore. And if we go back to mobile, then it is added again. Okay, so this part seems to be working pretty well. Now, along those same lines of making the content not accessible if it's not visibly navigable is when the mobile menu is open. So just like we prevented scrolling on the body tag, when the menu's open, we also don't want to be able to navigate to the rest of the page content either via screen reader or keyboard. So if I go back to our console, so I'm going to click on the menu. So now we have close button, link, 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 link. And now we're going down to the read more and other anchor links on the website. So we don't want us to be able to do that. So we can prevent this from happening, again, by using the inert attribute, except this time we're going to add inert to the main tag, and the main tag contains all the content that comes after the header tag and the navigation. And then again, we'll remove the inert attribute when the menu is closed. So going back to our JavaScript, we haven't set anything on the main tag yet, so we're going to need to create another constant. So let's duplicate the body, create this one called main, and then query selector, the main tag. So once again, under the open mobile menu, let's add main and set attribute inert and set it to an empty string. And let's copy that. And we also want to, in the close mobile menu, we want to remove the inert attribute so that, you can access it. And then also, just to be safe, we probably also want to remove the inert attribute if we switch from mobile to desktop while the menu is open. So just copy this. And then if we go down to setup nav, we want to go into our desktop condition, and I'll just add it under here. And so on desktop, we want to remove the inertness since we want to be able to interact with the links. So let's save that. So I think that's pretty good. Okay, so let's check our changes. I'm going to go back here, go to console and clear our console, and let's reload just to kind of start from scratch. Okay, so now let's use our tab key. So now we're on the mobile menu hamburger button. We'll press enter to activate it, which opens the menu. And now if we click tab, we're going to go through the close button, through the links. If we keep pressing tab after this last link. Okay, so now we've highlighted the Firefox browser itself, which is actually means it is working because we didn't go to the read more button. Cool. So let's go back to our close button and press enter to close things. And now the main tag is not inert. So yeah, looks like everything is working. Now, another feature that would be kind of nice for keyboard or screen reader users is that when we open the menu, it would be nice to automatically focus on the close button. And then if we click to close, we want to automatically focus on the open button again. This is going to make it easier for users to open and close the menu right away instead of having to, make sure you're focused on the right element first. So back in our JavaScript, in the open mobile menu function up here, I'm going to write button close dot focus. So when we open the mobile menu, we're going to immediately focus on the close button. And we'll kind of do the same thing in the close mobile menu function. When we close the mobile menu, we want to focus on the button open element. Okay, so let's save that. So back on our website, I'm going to tab to the hamburger menu, press enter to open, and now you can see the close button is immediately activated. So now we just have to press enter to close it. And then when we close it, the hamburger button is immediately focused. So, you can see this just makes it a lot easier to navigate the navigation if you're using, keyboard or screen reader. Okay, so I noticed earlier that we were getting some accessibility warnings. So let's kind of check those out. Okay, so now we're in the accessibility tab in our developer tools, and we can see up at the top, we have this text label warning, and it's saying documents must have a title. So this is the title tag. I think I just forgot to add that. So let's go into our index.html, and in our head tag, our title tag is empty. So I'm just going to add news homepage. All right, so now when we reloaded the website, the document now has a name of news homepage, and we don't have that warning anymore. Okay, the other thing I noticed was, let's open the hamburger menu and inspect accessibility properties. Okay, so there's a few issues here. So in the navigation, we're in the generic nav content thing, and the button, which is the close button, does not have a label. And also the graphics document, I think this is the SVG. We actually don't want that to be visible. So what we want to do is we want to go back to our markup, and let's find that close button. Here we go. So with the open button, we had added aria hidden true so that it's not visible in the accessibility tree. So let's copy that and then do the same thing for the close SVG. All right, so now let's check that again. I'm going to open the hamburger menu, inspect. Okay, so now in the nav content, we have just the button and we don't have the SVG element showing up, which is what we want. And yeah, I forgot that way earlier we had used the aria labeled by to label the button open with the navigation. And I actually wanted to do that for the nav content div. This is so that the nav content will be, have more context for screen readers. So let's first label the button. So I'm just going to add it in the actual button itself. So aria label, and we'll just say close. So now if we inspect accessibility properties of the button, now it has a name of close, which is good. Okay, so let's go back into our nav content and finish the accessibility attributes for this. So what we want to do is to tell screen readers that this nav content is content that is only shown when the open button is clicked. And this is basically what a modal or dialog window is. Something triggers it to open and it pops up, and there's often an overlay behind it so you can't really access the rest of the page while it's open. So for this type of content that gets hidden or shown, we did add that aria expanded attribute to the button, but we didn't actually indicate that for screen readers, the nav content itself is the content that's getting hidden or shown with the button open. So, even though we are taking advantage of that inner attribute, if the menu is open and closed, we also need to indicate to screen readers that the nav content div is a dialog. And what we can do to make that happen is add a role attribute and set it to dialog. Now this is going to make this an element that is more accessible, but in addition to the role, in order for it to be valid, we also need to add a label to every accessible element. This will help give screen readers context for what the content is about. So for that, this is when we're going to reuse that navigation span. So in the same way that we, in the button open, had aria labeled by nav label, I can just copy this and go back to the nav content and paste it in here. So this is going to tell screen readers that this content's a dialog and it's called navigation. So it's going to be more clear what, this content is all about. So let's go back to our website and open the menu, and let's inspect accessibility properties. So now we can see in our accessibility tree, we have, instead of the generic element, which we had before, we now have a dialog with a name of navigation. And in the dialog, we have the close button and then the list of links. So this accessibility tree is a pretty useful tool to give you some idea of how a screen reader might be navigating the website and what they are going to read. It's not exactly the same as using an actual screen reader, which I do recommend you try out sometime, but it is nice to have as a tool in the browser. So I think that's actually pretty much all the accessibility features that I wanted to add in our HTML and JavaScript. But there's a few more things that I want to add in our styles. Okay, so there's one last accessibility feature that I want to add in our styles. And this is because of the sliding animation that we have for the menu when you open and close it. If you're ever animating elements on a page that move around, like, this menu sliding in, or other animations that might be zooming, rotating, or parallax scrolling, one thing you need to keep in mind is to allow users to opt out of seeing those animations, because some people might experience symptoms like distraction, motion sickness, migraines, nausea, or other symptoms from these animations. Fortunately, we can add the ability for users to opt out by adding a prefers reduced motion media query for our animation styles. This means that users can set their animation preferences in their actual OS, so Windows or Mac settings, and then we can target that in our styles and either offer an alternate type of animation or just turn off the animation altogether. So the fade in animation that we have on the overlay I think is okay to keep because it's just fading in, it's not really moving. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to also fade in the menu if the user doesn't want to see motion animations. So let's go into our styles. So in the nav.scss file, let's go down to nav content, and this is where we set the transition and our translate stuff. So under this mobile media query, I'm going to add another media query, which will override any of these styles. So media query is going to be media prefers reduced motion. And then in this style, I'm going to, or in this media query rather, I'm going to set translate to 0 since we don't want to slide the menu. And let's set the opacity to 0. And this will enable us to fade in the actual nav content menu. And let's just use this same transition rule. And I'll just change the property to opacity. So now we have, for prefers reduced motion users, we have removed the translate, and we have set opacity to 0, which we want to fade in. So we want to change the opacity to 1 when the menu is open. So I'm going to copy this media query, and I'm going to go back up to where we have the open styles with the aria expanded true. And again, this is for the nav content. So in the nav content styles, I'm going to add our media query after the translate of 0. And I'm going to set opacity to 1. So let's test this. So I'm using Windows. The way you can get to the animation is to go to the Start menu and type in animation. And basically it's going to open up accessibility visual effects up here. And you're looking for animation effects. So I'm going to slide this to off. So now you can see we've reloaded, and you may have seen a little fading animation here. So let's reload the website. And let's inspect the nav content. You can see in the styles that we have the prefers reduced motion media query in effect. So let's test this out by clicking the hamburger menu to open. Now we can see that the menu is fading in, which looks pretty good. And again, we can toggle this by going back to the animation effects, sliding it back to on. And now let's reload the website. And nav content no longer has the prefers reduced motion media query. And now when you open and close the menu, it's again sliding in and out. All right, so that's pretty much it for this Front-End Mentor News homepage challenge. Thanks again for watching my second channel, and subscribe if you want to see more of these building videos again in the future.